saying everything they said in that documentary about you is not true.
They are lying on me.
You are supporting a pedophile.
Nothing good about me. I'm just a child molester. The devil. Come on, guys. As long as my breath is going in and out, you know, I try to, even when I get ready to complain, I think about that and I say, you know what? I ain't gonna even say nothing. I just breathe, baby. I breathe on these niggas, you heard me? 20-some women trapped in my house in the basement. And first of all, my house in Atlanta doesn't even have a fucking basement. This is my story. The only thing I could do is say what's real and say what's on my heart and give it to y'all like y'all want it. You want the truth. The ladies are here right. You ain't even got an education, you didn't even graduate from high school, you don't even really read, you know, and all of this old shit they told me, and I started believing that shit, man. Just something in me kept calling and shit. My heart was pumping this shit. It was pumping this shit. Hey fans, how y'all doing? It's your boy Kels, I love y'all. Thanks for supporting me for the last 30 years of my career. I'm very appreciative of that, and just you guys have kept me humble, kept me grounded, and kept me putting out this music for you guys. You guys inspired me to do it, so I'm gonna do it until you say don't do it no more. Don't say that though. If I met your daughter and I took your daughter out and she was of age, what the fuck am I gonna do?
Everybody, put your hands to the sky.
You ain't got no money? Shit. Sue Rkelly.
Mute Rkelly.
You are controlling, that you are abusive, that you tell women when to eat, when to go to the bathroom, when they can sleep, where they can dress.
I know y'all know that shit is ridiculous, but the crazy shit is motherfuckers, stupid motherfuckers want to believe this shit.
This shouldn't be happening.
Every level there's another devil. Whoever you are right now looking at me in my eyes, look in my fucking eyes, okay? I don't give a fuck about this fame shit. I'm a real motherfucker. My main goal is to unconfuse the world about R. Kelly. I'm ready, yeah. I'm ready, yeah. I'm ready to say what I feel. Keep it real. Say what I feel. You don't know me. You ain't never been in my house. You ain't never been in my bedroom. So you cannot judge me.
But they didn't show on on TV.
Is made. I thought opinion, when you want to give your opinion about something, your motive should be right. Your motive is to why you're giving an opinion should be to better something. Opinions were used for people that's mutual, like on like right here, and then they talk about, well, I think this should happen. Well, my opinion, I think that should happen. When people start telling a person that has been hot and still hot, and you haven't won any, and you start giving your opinion, you will end up looking bad, you know, to anybody that's smart or have any kind of sense. You'll end up looking bad and you'll end up looking lost. It's like to give me your opinion on what I should do. And this is not ego. We're dealing strictly from my stats when I talk. When you try to give me your opinion or give the world your opinion of what you think about me, of what I should do, first of all, you should have called me, but really you shouldn't have, you know? But if you're going to step out on that kind of limb, which is very, very, very thin, then you should make a call, a personal call, if this is a personal feeling. Now, but if you're trying to and start a beef, you know, you would make it public. You understand what I'm saying? You would make it public, and the public would hear it, and they would go, "Ooh, did you hear what so-and-so said about so-and-so? Girl, he tripping." You know, "Ooh, man, I want to go hit," because that's what you think is going to happen. But you have to be very, very careful of that, because why would I tell you need to quit doing that, or you need to, you don't need that, or I would not do that, because it has fans as well, and it's just not the right thing to do. This industry and the young people, they're losing respect for who've paved the way. Not saying that I paved the way, but no, just paved the way for everybody else. As we come up, we're paving the way for the next person to come through, But you cannot give your opinion, talk about someone who has done what they've done, you know, in this industry, which has changed the industry and brought
business, and the business that pay me, keep that rat shit away from me, that dick eat shit away from me, because you niggas ain't right. None of you niggas. Folks them. I know the real. But I ain't into exposing you bitch ass niggas. You niggas don't expose y'all self every time you niggas open y'all fucking mouth. I'm not phony kicking it with niggas. I don't like you bitch ass niggas. You niggas hoes. You niggas be ducking y'all shit. You niggas ain't on shit. If I was on my 2, you niggas know what the fuck I'd do to one of you bitch ass niggas. You niggas waited till I got in my situation, even want to even play with me. Nigga ain't never played with me. Ops ain't never played with me. The guys ain't never played with me. I don't respect none of you niggas. It is what it is with me, for sure. This shit definitely in blood. On Lil Mo. I don't want to be friends with niggas. I don't want to buddy niggas. Don't bro me. I'm not your bro. I'm not your homie. I'm locked in with the niggas I'm locked in with, and that's it. The rest of you niggas, fuck you. On Lil Mo. I don't give a fuck about you.
Like teenage girls.
When you say teenage, how are we talking?
Girls who are teenagers.
19?
19 and younger.
I have some 19-year-old friends, but I don't like anybody illegal, if that's what we're talking about, underage.
Uh-huh. Some people think that you like underage girls. What do you say to them?
Well, those people that don't know Robert, they don't know me, you know, so I usually don't get into what people think about me, you know, because all my career, you know, even before the trial, people have had their opinions about Robert, you know, and that's probably because it has a lot to do with me. I kind of shy away from the crowd, you know, because I'm always in the studio, digging deep into the basement all the time of my house, creating music. So, you know, people, when they don't know you and they can't really touch you like they could someone else, they seem to form opinions or have thoughts about you that they like to, think. So
Some of the people who have worked with you have said that there's an issue here. Your former manager has said publicly that there's an issue of concern here. Your brother Kerry has said there's an issue of concern here.
issue of concern? Mm-hmm. What do you mean when you say issue of concern?
They've said that they're concerned that you like underage girls.
Let me put it to you this way, man. Unfortunately, the people that don't work for me says that. The people that do work for me don't say that. And the people that don't work for me were fired. If you had someone work for you and they're mad because they're not working for you anymore, and they're used to getting a certain amount of money, or they're used to getting a certain amount of fame because they work for you because you're famous, and all of a sudden they mess you around and then you let them go. Anything that comes up about you, they're gonna run and say, yeah, he did that to me. I knew this too about him. But you really can't, I don't want you, I don't want BET, I don't want my fans. Do not listen to the people that was fired. Don't even listen to the people that was hired. Listen to the facts and get into what you think and make your own opinions. If you're gonna have an opinion about me, have your opinion about what you may think about me. What you definitely don't do is go by somebody that was fired and they're mad and pissed off at me because they were fired.
But your brother Kerry was not fired. He's still your brother.
Yeah, he was fired.
But he's still your brother.
Doesn't matter. He's still my brother, but if he was still my brother, why did he get fired?
Why did he get fired?
I can't get into that.
Okay, fair enough. But
let me just say this. We may fire each other, but I fired him 1,000 times and rehired him.
Yeah.
Hey, it's unfortunate that it's like this, but when you're me, when you're Rkelly, everybody want a piece of you. And if you don't give them a piece, they'll find a way to get a piece of you, one way or the other. Man, I've been blackmailed 1 billion times in my career. Before the trial, during the trial, after the trial. I've been sued for stuff ridiculous things, At one point in my life, I was an ATM machine,
Yeah.
People just come up and just push whatever, and if it don't come out, they'll go tell somebody this, or they'll go run and say this and run and say that, But I'm used to that. You don't get used to it. Let me take that back. I'm not used to it, but I'm used to the fact that I know that people will do this. Sometimes even your own family members. And I don't hate none of them. But I know a lot of people be out to get me because I'm very vulnerable, man. Especially a 7-year trial.
They didn't tell us that if you give up the man, you're going to take one of these things and it's worse and it will destroy your nation. They didn't give us that information. They made us think that it was some kind of glorified position to brag about the fact that I got my own job, my own credit card, my own car, so I don't need no man. I don't even know how we got that mixed up. Ain't none of that got nothing to do with being with no man. We have some serious relationship problems that nobody has been able to address us on because everybody wants to pretend that this is not going on. Over 60% of our women are single, widowed, separated, or divorced. They don't have a man. I just came out of Florida and they got a housing complex that the Urban League built, which is a black organization that is for women and children only. They say they don't allow any men in there. I didn't have time to deal with it, but I talked about them real bad. That's the silliest program I've ever heard of. Them women that had men if they got a bunch of children. They need fathers. They need protection. We hear about the drug problem that we have in our projects across the country. It's one of the major places that we have a drug problem. We talk about the great strength that we have as black women. Well, the welfare department don't rent government apartments to single black men. Those apartments belong to black women. They did not tell us that all of that, being my own person and I'm independent, would lead to separation, loneliness, celibacy, and lesbianism. They didn't tell us that if you give up the man, you're going to take one. They didn't tell us that if you give up the man, you're going to take one of these things and it's worse and it will destroy your nation. They didn't give us.
Hey everybody, hey, I hope everybody can hear me. I hope everybody can hear me. First thing first, I did get, for the individuals that send me messages on my IG, I did get Karmelo Anthony's information, so I'm gonna put that first so I can get that out the way because I'm not gonna be on here too long, y'all. Where did I put it? So if anybody wants to send him letters, if you want to donate to his commissary. Now I'm waiting for some information back through one of the individuals that I'm very close to that was on the ground during the trial and that did maintain a relationship with the family, because I see a lot of people online was talking about visitations and all of that. I don't think that people should be trying to go visit him right about now. I think they should let the family have their personal space, and I think that he has to go through okay, let me say this. It was stated that he has some type of medical condition, and this is why the unit that they're saying he's in the it's called the PAC. Let's see, where's the other one that I got? So he's still transitioning before I guess he gets to the main prison. But it does say that the visits, like he can get the visits now. But again, I don't think it's appropriate, in my opinion, for people to do that right now. I think that letters and if you want to donate to his commissary, yeah. But the other thing, no. Where did I put? I know I just pulled it up. Okay, here we go. Okay, Anthony Karmelo Sincere, and at the top, that's his. I'm guessing this is out of PP number, and because I'm guessing because of his age is why his numbers don't start with a 1. So I guess take your screenshots, copy and post it down. But the first 2 numbers, the ones that say TDCJ number, and then the one at the top, 215-58442. I believe that's the PPP number, but if I'm not sure, the TDCJ number, copy that one down to 02-617-665. And then if y'all see, it says current facility, PAC 1. So I think he's, like I said, he's still going through transition, and because I believe of the sentencing, I think is automatic that they put them like on that suicide watch thing or whatever. But it does say when I researched the his information, it say that he's clear for visits and all that. So he might be at his current prison now, because that information I found out 2 days ago. But you can send money and stuff through this website, which is Access, the secure way to send money. And the numbers, the PP number and all of that, that's the information you're going to put in with his name. Or you can use this website, which I'm using this one, Securus. And this is how you donate to inmates. Phone calls, messages, stamps. So if you don't want to just write letters regular, you can send him emails and stuff through this one, Securus. So I'll repeat that again before we get off of here, just in case some people come in late and didn't get that information about Karmelo Anthony. Okay, I think this one. Oh yeah, and then you can also send through JPay. All you have to do is type his first and last name in, that PP number, and all of it'll come up. I already tried it, so yeah, Securus, Access, and JPay. And from the information I got, the parents agree with all the encouraging letters, and people can send cards to keep him lifted. They already have started on the appeal process. And the more information I get moving forward, this case has really bothered me. So I was like kind of silent and playing the behind the scenes and talking to the individuals that I know who was on the grounds. And shout out to them, because it was very difficult dealing with. If some of y'all seen the video clips, the viral videos, and see we're still dealing with racism, and it was so many comments throughout Instagram and Facebook of white individuals writing racist comments all throughout social media. This case has really shown that when people try to say, "Oh, it's not no racism going on still," and all that, yes, and they have definitely exposed themselves with this case. I also have the police report. I don't know if I want to release that yet, because what I wanted to wait for is the actual video that they showed in court, that they claim they believe was edited, but the actual video that they said proves that Karmelo Anthony, that it was self-defense, different from what the video that was played in court. And that the video that the activists spoke on, where they said that the video that wasn't played in court shows that self-defense, that the judge strike that motion from the defense, allowing the other video to come in. But multiple activists have seen the other video, and a lot of people are wondering why, since the trial is over, it has not been released to the public. So I'm working on that behind the scenes to see if I can get my hands on that video as well before I go in to releasing the police report and stuff. Yeah. So anybody who has any like resources or want to help, my email is in my description. All throughout my channel, contact me and I'll forward you over to the right individuals. Because I don't represent the family. I'm not like beasties with the family. I'm speaking to people who deal with the family. But do the family know that my channel and my platform is supporting? Yes. But like I said, I want to give the family, their personal space right now. It's been a lot going on, and, the obvious, right? And right now, from what I'm hearing, they're not trusting a lot of people as well, because it was said that multiple people told them to get white attorneys, and they feel like, people steered them wrong, and that the attorneys wasn't following certain motions that they should have, and they don't, they feel like, hey, Perspective Me, how you doing, sis? They feel like that the attorneys wasn't fighting for their son the way that, they felt they should have. And the information that I got, um, the guy Dominique, who says that he works for the Next Generation organization, it's been a lot of he say, she say. I'm pretty sure y'all heard that his background came out. The people that I talked to that was on the grounds at the trial, they have good things to say about him. Other people says different. I didn't see nothing wrong coming from him, but because he's been doing interviews, of course, people been putting a lot of stuff out here about his previous charges and saying that he's not close to the family, saying that he's the one that told the family to get the white attorneys. I'm not sure. I'm going to say allegedly. But again, if you have any resources or any organizations that can help the family, or you have any valuable information to help the family, contact me through my email, and then I'll forward you to somebody else, and then y'all can go through that part. If you wanna help. And why I can't do this part? This is what I'm talking about with this stupid behind StreamYard. I hate this StreamYard, man. I really do. I really hate StreamYard. I really hate StreamYard. Seriously. And the fact that they charge people all this money for this stupid behind streaming service, I hate it. And why would you do that? Why? Like, why would you do that? I'm saying this is stupid. Okay, let me see. I just want to play this one clip with the mom and the dad. Oh. And also, I found the documents that I was looking for, as far as Rkelly, ex-attorney, speaking about like why they fell out, and um, what Nicole had to say, Greenberg, Kenneth, Tom, Michael Leonard. I found them, so I'm gonna read them documents before I get off of here too. When they all did the interview with I can't think of the name right now. I'll tell you what the reporting name is when I pull it up, but I did find it. So I'm gonna release it. Yeah. Okay. Just get that, man. I hate Studio. I really do. Like, their service is whack, man. For $89, this is trifling.
Both of you, Drew and Kayla, thank you so much for joining me this morning. How are you guys holding up?
I mean, right now we're in a nightmare. Doesn't feel real. We've been up all night, crying, praying, waiting for family to come in. We have some family who has made it. We just right now lost words, waiting for him to give us a call as soon as possible.
So you haven't heard from him just yet?
We heard from him yesterday. He has actually suffered from seizures, so we actually have to bring his medicine to the courthouse. So we're waiting for them to give us instruction to get there.
Okay, so see, this is what I was telling y'all, that Karmelo has some medical conditions, and this is why they were saying it was taking longer for him to go through the transfer. So if some of y'all didn't see that they cut all his hair off, and I really don't like the outfit that they got on him, like look like a slave type of vest thing. It looks a mess. Like they about to send him into the field or something. Really hurts my heart with this. But yeah, so that's why they said it was taking longer. Now I know a lot of people were saying, oh, we can't find a facility he had, and a lot of people was trying to look up. I think for safety reasons and because they are transporting him, this is probably why they're not putting the exact location, or why recently they didn't, because they thinking that somebody, I guess, try to allegedly break him out, something like that. So I'm guessing that's why the security measures is put in place. But the family knows where he is. The family's in contact with him. So people were worried, because I also found out the same thing, that the facility that they were saying that he was at yesterday, the warden of that facility name is Metcalf. I thought I was tripping when I looked at the facility. I'm like, wait a minute. Is this warden last name Metcalf? Yes. Is he related to the parents of the white boy? I don't know, allegedly. But the warden of that prison, his name is definitely a Metcalf. Again, I don't know if he's related to them, but the way that Metcalf father been out here talking since he claimed the gag order, he can speak now. He's talking real like he just knows Karmelo ain't going to get a pill, win no appeal. He's not going to get no parole, and if he's not living by then, he's going to make a videotape to have, so if he's not living by then, they can show his video at a parole. I mean, he's talking like he just for sure knows, in my opinion, like he got connections, or it's crazy to me. This is still a child. Some people say, oh, well, you can't tell a parent how to feel when somebody took their child's life. But at the same time, you have to take accountability for your child that was a bully. And like I said, for him to have poked a knife in this boy's chest just shows you how close this white boy was in his personal space. He didn't chase him down and stab him in the back. He didn't stab him because this white boy was walking away. No. He stabbed him, in my opinion, like as if he was trying to get him up out of his face. And this is why the knife was so close to this white boy's chest, right? Some people say they think that he fell down on the knife and made his injuries worse and died that way. So it's a lot of different things going around. But like I said, I got the police report, which some people don't agree with the police report anyway. But I do have it. And I do feel like when that took place, he didn't have an attorney there with him. He's a kid talking to the officers at that time. He was in shock. He was crying. He was distraught. So that's why, in my opinion, the police report is all over the place as well. You got these grown adult officers talking to this kid after this traumatic incident just occurred. He's crying. He's worried, asking them, trying to see and make sure that the boy is not dead. You could tell that Karmelo was super sincere. He was just scared. He's being bullied. And he was like trying to get them up out of his face, trying to get them up off of him. Who carries a knife unless they are feeling threatened or feel like they need to protect themselves from something? So, yes, this is the parents saying that, yes, they have talked to him and they're trying to go through the process of passing off his medications and stuff and going through the courts process because, of course, they can't just go up to the jail, I'm guessing they're saying, and they got to go through different steps to pass to certain people for the medicine to get to their son.
We know Karmelo from the courtroom, but tell us, who is he? What kind of person is he? What kind of son is he at home?
He is a wonderful son. He's a wonderful student.
3.7 GPA, worked 2 jobs. I'm
sorry, baby, for cutting you off.
Yeah.
He was actually taking online classes during all of this and still held a great GPA going.
And thank you for saying that, because I don't like how they made it seem like the Metcalfs, like their son was the only good student, straight A's, good GPA, but they don't talk about Karmelo's grades, his behavior in school, that he wasn't this bad student. They just talk about this white boy as if he's a star student, and Karmelo is just this ghetto hood problem child, and that wasn't the case.
Went through this traumatic time.
He was a kid. If I didn't say it, he was a captain of his track team, football team. He was working 2 jobs. He actually saved the kid's life. That the mom, he jumped in the pool, and saved the kid's life, which was amazing. I didn't know how great he was until this tragic.
He I want to add some things to that. At home, he loves cooking, whether it's in the kitchen, outside, grilling. He makes the best hibachi. He loves running routes and playing soccer with his younger brother, Kingston. He has a brother named Andrew. He's 12, and Andrew is into doing science experiments, and Karmelo loved helping him with science experiments. He loves putting Legos together with his girlfriend. He's just a lovable, sincere child.
Yeah.
DraftKings Casino sounds like fun, but what does fun sound like? Maybe like... Whatever fun sounds like to you, the #1 casino app's got you covered. All players get a free daily reward and a chance at free flex spins every day.
Your family may be owed thousands in social media compensation in 2026. Find out now in 30 seconds. If your teenager was on social media before turning 18, you could qualify to seek huge potential compensation due to a new lawsuit. For years.
You know, do you feel like the world, just going through this trial, got an accurate description of who Karmelo really is?
No, we've come to find out, which we were, before all this, we were a family that basically stayed to ourselves. We were very close knitted. My wife's at home. She stays at home. I was working and we didn't know how cruel the world could be. They have his
I just want to make this copyright disclaimer real fast, y'all, because YouTube is definitely this whole AI YouTube stuff is anyway. Give me 1 second. Pull this disclaimer up. Copyright disclaimer. Where my disclaimer at? Well, this is a copyright disclaimer, fair use. What is it? The Fair Use Act 1976. Wait a minute, 1 second. Under section 107. Wait a minute, I wonder where's the damn thing at? I know I got it. I don't see it. I will read it. I just hate it. Well, YouTube, we're viewing this this content under the Fair Use Act for educational purposes. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowances made for the fair use of purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in the favor of fair use. Reacting to this content for educational purposes. The views and opinions expressed in the media or comments on this channel are those of the speakers or authors and do not necessarily reflect or represent the views and opinions held by this channel's broadcaster. Due to the social nature of this broadcasting channel, videos may contain content copyrighted by another entity or person. This channel's owner claims no copyright to said content. The broadcaster of this channel cannot be held accountable for the copyrighted content. The broadcaster of this channel is a messenger and a sharer of information and strives to verify, but cannot warrant the accuracy of copyrights or completeness of the information on this channel.
They doxed us. I was so clueless and so involved in work. I didn't even know what doxing was. They put our address online.
And routes and playing soccer with his younger brother Kingston. He has a brother named Andrew. He's 12, and Andrew is into doing science experiments, and Karmelo loved helping him with science experiments. He loved putting Legos together with his girlfriend. He's just a lovable, sincere child.
Yeah.
Do you feel like the world, just going through this trial, got an accurate description of who Karmelo really is?
No, we've come to find out, which we were before all this. We were a family that basically stayed to ourselves. We were very close knitted. My wife's at home. She stays at home. I was working, and we didn't know how cruel the world could be. They have his face plastered all over after he was, while he still was a minor. And it was like, everything was happening. We was getting threats. They doxed us. I was so clueless and so involved in work. I didn't even know what doxing was. They put our address online. And so we had people coming to our home. So we never had to leave in our home. Like they had us in some type of protective thing, whatever, to get us, to keep us safe with our other kids. The world right now, it sounds unbelievable, the things that he accomplished before this tragic accident. Like it will really mess you up. And as me being a father, I didn't realize, like him saving a life. I just, as a father, I got caught up in, hey, that's what you're supposed to do. That's your expectation. Being a man, hey, that's what we do. We move on. Like him working, hey man, you're supposed to have a job. I was trying to, he was, how it is, that young. It was like, with your girl too much, man. You need to get a job, get a hobby. So he's working, but I kept him busy too. And this whole situation, the reality of this is that somebody literally walked in his life. Literally walked into his life. He did everything by the law, and look where we at.
I want to go back to that day, that track meet. Were you guys at the event, at that track meet on April 2nd?
No, we were not. I was actually supposed to go to the track meet, but the weather was so bad, I just stayed home. It's like, Mama, don't come, just stay home. And now, looking back on everything, I wish I was there. I regret not being there for my child.
See this scratch? Auto shops will easily charge you $2,000. Now,
when did you hear the news that there had been an incident that day?
I received an email saying that there was an incident. No phone call, no anything. My instinct was because Karmelo, he's the type of child to let me know everything that's going on, and it wasn't like him to not call me and tell me what was going on. So when I received the email, we have like 360. So I went into like 360. I'm like, wait, they said the buses made it back to the school, but Karmelo location is still stating that he's at the stadium. Like, what's going on? So I headed to the school, and that's how I found out what happened.
And how I found out, I was actually in a work meeting, and when she first called me, I thought it was because it was right after April Fools. I was like, oh, y'all playing this, because he doesn't, this is not him. Yeah. So I was on, oh, you playing, all right, whatever. But she was like, no, he was involved in the stabbing. So when we heard that, I didn't know what happened at the time. And they kept us from everything. Like they kept us, so we running around from place to place. And it was everything was just moving so fast that day. I never forget. It was just like everything. Then once we found out and he went to his bond hearing. The next day, somebody died.
Just think about, they questioned him, the police, which I have the police report. And at that time, he was a minor without his parents, without legal representation. So he's scared, he's crying, he's upset. He didn't intend to unalive this boy. So he's telling them, yes, I did it. You know, all of these things that they further used against him. He's saying stuff that if an attorney was there, they would have said, you know, don't question him anymore, or even his parents. They didn't kept his parents far back so that they could question him, so that they could bring police officers to get reports and all of that, and then later use it against him, knowing at that time he was a minor. They didn't let the parents get to him till it was time for them to telling them that they needed to bond him out. And when I show you all this police report, how these officers, knowing that he was a minor, how they just kept picking him for information, and you could tell how scared he was and shook that he was. And like I said, in my opinion, the way he stabbed him only one time, it wasn't multiple stab wounds. He didn't stab him in the back. He didn't chase him down with a knife. That white boy had to be very close in his personal space for the way for him to stab him and for the knife to go where it went. It tells you how close that white boy was in his face. And that he was trying to get him up out of his face.
Making, I don't want to say her name, but a lady started making this, they try to blame it on one person, not making them about race. But you had this lady that went on to talk about white lives and all this other stuff. And now it went boom. The race card started about, that's how Jake Lane and all these other guys got involved in this. But at the end of the day, this was a kid situation that a lot of adults made it about their personal, well, how they really wanted to feel. This is the time they wanted to show on this is how we really feel about y'all. And they used my son, for example.
What did Karmelo tell you happened that day at the track meet?
I mean, he was sitting there seeing his friend. Once you get the reports and everything, he was actually his girlfriend's cousin invited him to the tent. Mm-hmm. So when they invited him to the tent,
and that boy switched up on him.
You know, it just, hey, what's going on?
At the trial, act like he
was raining.
Friends
he
with
sat
him
there.
Or nothing.
Then, as you know it, you had these two guys who approached him. Even seeing the video in court, it was like, I know y'all see this. I know y'all see this. And we got comfortable with the instructions that we was told. We was told not to say nothing. We was told not to do this. So we did everything we did. We followed all instructions and we were told, hey, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this. Hey, don't talk to this person. Don't talk to this person. It was all this. And look what happened to my son.
It sounds like you wish you had talked more, that you had said more, that you had got your story out more.
I call myself sometimes you could do the right thing, but it could be the wrong thing.
Did Karmelo want to get his story out more to the public as well?
He was trying to listen. He was trying to listen to what he was being advised. Mm-hmm. You know, hey, don't make it about race. Don't do this. Don't do this. So we was like, all right, we'll go again.
With Vinted, Donna can easily earn extra cash. She just has to list and sell what she doesn't wear, all with zero fees. Don't wear it? Sell it.
Talking about birth control can be awkward. But the more
we played the game they wanted. We did everything a law abiding citizen supposed to. They told us don't do this. We did everything we supposed to. And he wanted people, you know, of course he wanted somebody. They got pictures of him being 17 with a dress on, saying he could be raped in jail. Like all kinds of these adults are talking about this child, but nobody's seeing it. Like nobody's seeing it. So we can't say anything. The other family, they go paint this lie that nobody still have exposed, that he died in his brother's arms. And it was all
that's not true. Because that is a narrative. Yeah.
No, you never heard it no more. That the stuff was a lie. You heard about a bag. You never heard about a bag since trial. That's what I was telling people. a lie is temporary, but the truth lasts forever. It's just now, it's like harder now. I got to fight to get the truth out. He basically had to get the book thrown at him, 35 years in this county that basically, I honestly feel as though that they manipulated us with a smile. They act as if they cared, but they really didn't. When the jury selection, we seen all the people with the jury selection, I was like, baby, this is not right. But my wife is the type of person, I'm not gonna just say us, we're both the type, we try to be positive. Hey, we're not gonna look at it. That's not what it is. That's not us. But that's what it was.
So even when you noticed there were no Black jurors, it gave you pause. It made you want to say something, but you were still going along with the process.
Yeah, I was going along with the process because there's a lot of times, and I hope this don't be controversial, but that's the first thing they do is they try to say we're emotional. We don't follow instructions, right? So we did everything that we was advised and told to do, and look what happened.
So who was they? You said that they told you. Who was they? Was it your defense attorney?
Yeah. So we were, because about him being 18, so what they did was they kind of played everybody against everybody, if you could say. I'm not going to say they played us against each other, but it's almost they had him scared, like, hey, this, I'm a lawyer, this. So as me being a father, all right, you're the guy, I'm okay with playing my position, and I don't want to overstep any boundaries. Everybody kept saying, hey, to beat this. I even went to some Black attorneys. They're like, oh, you need a white attorney to go out there to fight out there. Remember they were telling us that? They kept telling us that. So everybody like, why y'all there? Everybody was telling us, okay. So then when we get it, they basically tossed them over. A lot of objections wasn't done. It's a lot that wasn't done.
So do you believe your son received a fair trial?
No.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. And we're gonna keep fighting. We will not stop fighting for justice for my son.
Yeah, it's hard for us right now, and I've had my moments, and we want our children to do better, right? We look at our YNs. This wasn't YN. So what we gonna do about this not YN? We can make more YNs. Now you got a kid, like I just told you, everything that we're telling you right now is verified. 2 jobs with the HEB Foot Locker. That's who came to the buy him. His GPA, he still graduated through all this. He still graduated high school. He still graduated. The lady the kid he saved, that's this stuff really happened. He was never in trouble, and no, he was never suspended for no knife. But they had, actually what I learned was they had a smear campaign that they did. I wasn't familiar with that. And a lot of people that we were reaching out with, I understand business. A lot of people, they got a lot of things going on. So we was reaching out, I was emailing, but everybody want to go through, it's kind of a circle thing, which I understand. But I realized through this,
with Base 44, a simple sentence becomes your website. Page after page, ready for business. Plug in what you need, connect payments, sync calendars, and voila, watch notifications fly in. Sales, bookings, the good kind of noise. Edit, well, everything.
Black entertainment is going to have to be, a Black network is going to have to be done, because I'm looking for people who would never understand.
Yeah.
Again, copyright disclaimer, under Fair Use Act, for educational purposes, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the favor of fair use. The views and opinions expressed in the media or comments on this channel are those of the speakers or authors and do not necessarily reflect or represent the views and opinions held by this channel's broadcaster. Due to the social nature of this broadcasting channel, videos may contain content copyrighted by another entity or person. This channel's owner claims no copyright to said content. The broadcaster of this channel cannot be held accountable for the copyrighted content. The broadcaster of this channel is a messenger and a sharer of information and strives to verify but cannot warrant the accuracy of copyrights or completeness of the information on this channel.
No matter how much you do it, no matter how much you do, they would never see it.
You know, you're saying that as you were watching the trial, as you were in there, you know, you didn't want to question the process. You wanted to let it play out. But was there at any point that you felt the outcome was heading in this direction?
No. Everybody lied. Look at the report. Everybody, it's called what? It's perjury. That everybody did. Basically just did it with no, and they never was called out on it. I mean, literally they told within an hour of when it happened, it was 2 to 3 people. When they got to the trial, it's, oh no, you know, it was, I'm like, wait, what? And don't get me wrong, the defense said, hey, did you say this here? Everybody. One girl made up a lie, said it was over a race, that my son just walked up. This how crazy this is.
Yeah.
One girl sat on the stand and said, yeah, he just walked up to him and said, what, you want to race? It didn't even make sense. Then they asked her, did you lie? She was like, on the stand. Nothing happened.
Why didn't the defense call more witnesses?
That's not my department, and I apologize for that. I don't have
I'm just, you know, you know, as you look at it, and you know, I'm not an attorney, but I'm hearing you, and you're telling me all these wonderful things about him, and I'm just wondering, did the jury get to hear, you know, all of these wonderful things about Karmelo?
No, they didn't. Even when the one kid who was the corporate of all this, meaning the kid who invited him to the tent, he lied on the stand and said he didn't even know. Yeah. And they had pictures with his grandmother. Like, here's your grandmother, my son, your grandmother. Their whole family got multiple times, played basketball together, all kind of different things.
Yeah.
I mean, all of the witnesses' statements and stories were inconsistent. So we thinking that the jury is going to notice that. But they already had their mind made up when they sat in that courtroom. Their mind was made up already.
How big of a role do you guys believe that race played into how this case was publicly viewed and how this outcome, this sentence was handed down?
It played a big part. Race, politics, all that. I'm like, man, the kid don't even vote. How he got into it? It was a lady talking about the left side and the right side. Like, what? These are kids. They put I feel like you had a certain group that of course they go blame us, that strategically made this about this because they knew they could do that smear campaign. Like they said, we went and bought a new car and house.
The data, there's too much of it.
That's okay. SAS-Via builds models and makes decisions, so you don't have to freak out.
But we like freaking out.
We're getting so much done!
From data to ta-da, SAS-Via.
Hey, New Jersey! Don't miss your chance at our app-wide cash jackpots. With over $1 million paid out monthly, only on...
Yeah.
And it hurt with me without my people. My people really believed instead of them going and doing their proper research, they had people really bashing us. I'm like, y'all really believe that? Who could buy a house in 4 days? Buy a house in 4 days. I know we may sometimes we may not make the right decisions, but come on now, like that didn't even make sense. They said we was doing on extravagant trips. It's a lot of things that they did to us that just,
There was a lot of misinformation that was going around, especially, in the beginning. And, I know your family had to move a couple times because you were doxxed. And, I can't even imagine how Karmelo going through that, trying to finish school, fighting, for his freedom. And you guys have other children, so much on you as parents. How's your other children handling this?
Now we had to end up taking them out of school because they had TikTok videos with my son with semen coming out of his mouth because it was him saying go get raped in jail. And it's just like that was my daughter, my princess. She had to go through that. The other boys, we was in a pretty blessed community. That's why I hope a lot of people get this message. It don't matter where you at. It don't matter where you at. We was supposed to be in the safest place, but it's like they're telling us that you could be assaulted, but you better not fight back. That's what this is what this case is saying. They don't care. It could be 2-3 people, size, it don't matter.
Yeah.
So that's what this case is really all about. The family is saying now, I just got a message, they saying they were robbed. Now they were robbed. Now, mind you,
They, as in the Metcalf family?
I just got this thing just popped up saying they saying people are robbed. If we don't get the message now, and it's not because it's our child, we would never get it. Mm-hmm. This is the most crucial time ever, especially if you have kids. Because again, you see the child I'm telling you about right now, we all have kids like that. We sent them off to school. We sent them off just not looking for it. Again, he didn't go look for this. That's why they try to paint that picture. Mm-hmm. They painted a picture and he didn't look for this. This walked into his life. Literally, matter of fact, they say like this. The evidence shows he jumped 3 bleachers to get to him.
Now, so did the jury hear that information? And is that information on the video?
That's on the video.
And they made their minds made up.
Their mind was made up.
It's already made up.
3 bleachers. Some say 1, some said 3, some said 5. Their statements was inconsistent.
So every statement was inconsistent. Because we haven't seen that video. What did that video show?
The video showed, honestly, you can show that you can see him coming into the tent, sitting down, and then it's like it started getting a little like you couldn't tell the people. But we're experts. Let me tell you what the DA did. They put a spotlight on the boys, right? So you could see them, right? But they never put a spotlight on Karmelo. And the reason why is because, of course, they was trying to make their side look like, oh, it wasn't that bag of push. The whole thing moved. Even the guy EP said in his statement, it was so bad to where it pushed him out the way. Because he's some pretty big kids. Mm-hmm. They're real big. They're bigger than me, actually. Mm-hmm. So it's like they tried to minimize their doing, but I've heard people who would supposed to be justice if in Texas, if I threaten you when I'm lying, you have the right to do whatever force if you fear for your life.
So the video showed, I'm sorry, go ahead, Kayla.
No, he said if you fear for your life or seriously
body home. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Or they'll train jujitsu fighters too.
Mm-hmm. And so the video that you all that they showed in court, it shows him running away from?
Yeah, he ran to the teacher. The teacher said that the teacher he ran to a guy, and the teacher he ran to actually
Hard Rock Bet Casino, where your inner rebel plays.
Can I use a car?
New customers get up to $1,000 back in casino bonus, plus 500 bonus spins.
Welcome to the new generation of web creation, where words can launch a business, while you control every detail. The generation always adapting, without missing a beat.
He hugged him because Karmelo, he's not like that. He hugged the guy. Like, he was freaking out. He hugged the guy. So the guy they was hugging. He was crying hysterically, and they tried to paint it as if he was trying to leave. But then in court they said it that he wasn't trying to leave.
Yeah. Now, did this teacher testify?
He did.
Yes. And he also said he had to stop another kid from jumping on Karmelo, which was, guess what? Supposed to have been a person that was his friend. The guy who, hey, man, come on, look, hey, if you've been to high school, think about it. The guy that told you to come over here, you sitting down, the same person who could have de-escalated the whole thing, he was trying to go after him. And that's the same guy that was playing like he was videoing, but they couldn't find the video. He was, the police didn't really even try to go through his phone to even look for the video. So he said he was acting as if he was recording.
Now, when he was running, was this before or after the incident happened?
It's after the incident.
This is after the incident.
That's why they came up with the, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
That's why they came up with the narrative that he
was running.
Yeah, he threw the knife. When he didn't throw the knife. His hand was cut. So it's a lie that the video show, if you ever been on high school bleachers, you're not on the stairs. You know how you try to walk. So imagine trying to run up, he fell. So what you think fell? He only went up. They caught it in 3 bleachers. It was like 3 bleachers up. It was 3 bleachers up. So when you could see him get up. You could tell he dropped it. Then he stood up. He didn't know where to go. Then he ran down, fell, and they was coming after him. He ran around and ran to a coach.
So did the video show the altercation of them approaching him first and then the confrontation? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you talk to your defense attorney about any of these concerns that you had as the trial was playing out, or even now that the trial is over?
100%. I mean, I'm actually praying that somebody send us somebody that we get sent somebody that can help us. It's kind of like I'm still right now in shock, so I'm just moving on and drilling right now. Like
So you're looking for a new defense attorney for future appeal process.
Yeah.
And did your defense attorney say anything about how he feels or they feel the case went?
I went to Jefferson for bariatric surgery, but my tests were
Now, I just want to show y'all, I was telling y'all that Candace Matthews exposes the judge and the prosecution. If y'all didn't know, it came out that the prosecutor had a lawsuit. I believe the charges was inappropriate touching, and I forget the other allegations, but she's going to explain it. And she also exposes the judge. And she's going to bring up a mother of a child who has a case with Judge Lindsay Wynn, and alleging that the mother's postpartum struggles in a case where they separated her daughter from her for nearly 3 years, and the mother, the grandmother, and other relatives go out there with Candace to show the evidence demonstrating that the child's best interest should be with the mother, and that it was hospital reports um, from the child welfare investigation showing that it was unable to determine the custody litigation, and that the court records and evidence in the case have been sealed so the public can't view it. So Candace displays like photographs, court documents, and transcripts alleging that the court has been presented with evidence regarding the child's living conditions while in the father's care. She repeatedly questions why the child remained in the environment and accuses the court of failing to act in the child's best interest. The child's mother, which her name is Precious, said that she has spent nearly 3 years fighting to maintain a relationship with her daughter. She told supporters that postpartum challenges following childbirth became a vocal point in the custody battle, despite her never harming, abandoning, or neglecting her child. And she wants fairness, and saying that they have been excluded from portions of the court proceedings and accused family court system of treating them unfairly, and saying that they also feel like race plays a role in the decisions made throughout her case. Also alleges that the family has been fighting the case for 3 years, and saying that Collin County, this is like basically the unfairness against black people. It's just a consistent battle with them. Father alleges that Judge Wynn improperly removed his child from his custody despite what he described as a strong parental history and no criminal record. Another woman alleges family court rulings favored her former partner despite domestic violence allegations. So there's a lot of people who are claiming a lot of allegations against Judge Wynn. So I wanted to show y'all that. Give me 1 second.
Revealed lung cancer, but I was fortunate. My
I'm going to say they gave us the corporate answer. They gave us the corporate answer,
And did
National Minister of Politics for the New Black Panther Nation, and I'm also a national renowned human civil rights activist, advocate, and author. I'm here today because I was summoned by the community. What I seen in the past week and a half was a new era, real live lynching that happened with Karmelo Anthony. Now, I had a lot of people reaching out to me on social media. I had a lot of people tagging me and everything because I cannot be everywhere at one time. I'm all over the United States.
That's right.
But the thing is that when I seen that they had an actual activist and they had a legal team and they didn't have no black people on the jury, that would not have happened on our watch. I don't understand how that was even able to go further than that. That should have went to the First Court of Appeals. Then after the First Court of Appeals, then it go to the Fifth Circuit Court. We would have took it all the way to the Supreme Court. That didn't happen. Another thing that I looked at is that we had people here that were paid to be moles to create chaos. See, we used to dealing with that when we on our activism travels across this United States. That would not have happened on our watch. But again, let's be clear. Everything happens for a reason. But one thing I want to let the community
Just
know,
like it was moles,
just because I wasn't here doesn't mean I wasn't working.
in my opinion,
We
when
were working
fighting for our
behind the
cause
scenes because we
to
knew
create
that
chaos.
this was a setup from the beginning.
Yes.
We knew that they was going to find him guilty. We didn't know that it was going to be 35 years though, but we knew that it was going to be something that was going to be egregious.
Yes.
And that's why I want to give a shout out to Charleston White. I want to give a shout out to Brother Cornell X because all of us got together so we can help this family to be able to get the proper legal team that's needed. And what we do, we're not going to push a legal team on you. We're going to give you the top of the notch, creme de la creme, and you pick who you want to fit for you.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay? And that is exactly what we're doing right now at this time. Now, we know that they was running everything real quick with this case.
Well, as of now, I'm going to say allegedly, but Charleston White has already dismissed this family, saying that he's done and they only want money. And I don't know if some people don't remember, but last year, Charleston White was the main one saying, F this little boy, F they family. I mean, talking very disrespectful about Karmelo and his family. And then he came out here last week, oh, he fighting for them. And then come to find out that him and the guy Dominique has a feud, a beef back and forth. So it's being said that Charleston White only jumped into this to get clout and to go viral because he was trying to get in front of the guy Dominique, who's in charge of the Next Generation organization, who says that his company is going to put the $10,000 up towards the appeal. Allegedly, it's being said that him and Charleston White has like a feud. And like she just said, there's people that's placed moles to start drama and chaos, because if Charleston White first was claiming he wasn't supporting his family, F them, and this, that, and third, some people will say, oh, you know, he trolls. And no, it's not funny. And not even a week later, he's already saying, oh, I'm done with the family. They just want money. People have lied and said that the family took the GoFundMe money and bought a brand new house. And the dad just said on the interview, they didn't. They had to move from rental property to rental property, and then they put them like in a protective custody because people, trolls and stuff online, doxed them. They had to take the kids out of school because people was putting online that threatening that they were going to grape Karmelo when he get to jail and putting his face on objects with semen coming out his mouth. So his other kids seen this stuff, so they took them out of school. It was said that they pulled the GoFundMe down because of I believe they said something about, I forgot. I got to get more information on that. But it was stated that they didn't get the money. And then when Karmelo was found guilty, the GoFundMe did shoot up real high to over like $600,000. But the family saying they never got the first money. Some people saying that they thought they got the first money and that's how they paid for the attorneys and everything else. But it's been said the last couple of days that they weren't able to get the money because somehow, I don't know if people put petitions in and got the GoFundMe pulled down, but something where the judge is supposed to be involved allegedly too with whatever reason why the GoFundMe was pulled down. But people out here, the Metcalf's father is alleging that, oh, they bought a house with the money, they bought cars and all this stuff. But the father just said, Karmelo's father said that's a lie. That didn't happen. But as of now, the information I got that Charleston White has already claimed that he's separating himself from his family after for days and days claiming he was going to put up money and to help for an appellate attorney. He was supporting the family and Karmelo, and already this man has flipped, allegedly, from the receipts that I got sent like an hour ago.
Because I thought everything was going to be done today. I thought it was going to be done today. It was 2 days ago. And guess what? I couldn't be here for that day because guess what? Because as an activist, when you hold people accountable, they set traps for you. Yeah. I had to be in court for a case that they were trying to set me up on that got dismissed on. Okay? But guess who here today?
Yep. Dr. Matthews.
Okay? So when you're dealing with a case of this magnitude, you have to have an experienced activist. You have to have an experienced legal team. And that's exactly what we saw, okay? And I'm not trying to step on nobody's toes. It is what it is. Now we are at this point where I seen a DA, I seen a judge, I seen the Metcalf family, I seen my people, and the whole United States seen what happened here. So now where we are is what the next steps. Because see, I'm not going to do no press conference with no rah-rah. I don't have time for that. Now it's about action and plans of action. What I seen was that this young man, I've worked on several cases, criminal cases. I have never seen no inmate that's in a county jail going to TDC the very next day. Normally it takes 30, 60, 90 days before you are able to get on their chain to go to TDC. They hurry up and got this baby out of here. Then another thing that we also seen, that's why I'm bringing this information to you. What we also seen was that they already gave him a public defendant for the appeal. So this is why this is very evident and this is important, why I had to come here, so you don't get no misinformation. So now what's happening is that we have to ensure that there is the right, correct legal team to help in this process, because we can't have no more ball dropping, y'all. We cannot, because we have a young man's life that's at stake at this time. Now, I'm not going to get into retrying this case because that happened then. We are here now. We are here dealing with the appeals process. This is what we own, and the time clock starts now. The fight starts now. Yes. The fight starts now, people. Yes. This is not something that we just have to be, no. This is serious. This is serious. And then I want to also say to the very people that would say, well, Dr. Matthews, she's not here. No, baby, you don't know what the hell I was doing. Because at the end of the day, I'm here now. The big dog is here now. And people going to be held accountable in these streets. And one thing that I want to lay out, because I know y'all didn't know nothing about this, since what I was told by some of the court watchers, they would bring information to me and tell me how the DA was talking in that hearing, would tell me how the judge was moving in that hearing, right? Well, baby, I got some tea on them in the bag of evidence. Baby, this is the hammer bag of evidence. So, hold this for me, brother. See, I ain't come out here to play.
Bring it on.
I came out here since you over here want to call this boy a murderer, then we're gonna take the covers off you. Ain't no way in hell that you need to be a damn DA with this foolishness. Did you know? Hold this, please.
I got you.
That there is a 75-page federal lawsuit for sexual harassment of the DA that was saying that Karmelo Anthony is a murderer. Well, you need to be a registered sex offender, sucker. Let me read.
We ain't know that.
The pot calling the kettle black out, but you the whole DA out here. Oh, so you thought y'all was the only one that could go in PACES. And let me explain to you what PACES is. PACES is the database for federal lawsuits. See, we have a research team, baby, that's colder than the media. So let me go ahead and read a little bit of it, show you how disgusting this joke is.
It's serious.
After Jane Doe 1 refused defendant Willis, ain't that his name, Greg Willis? Oh, okay. Advances at the Galveston TDCAA conference, he treated her quite differently in the workplace. He began demeaning and berating her. In one closed-door meeting, he told her, "You think like a child, and I would treat you like a child." Defendant Willis likely appreciated the gender slurring that is implicit in a male supervisor telling a female employee that she thinks like a child. Oh, wait a minute, it gets better. Hold on. More than once, she tried to break free, but he held her tighter. These physical encounters were unwanted and sexual in nature. Jane Doe 1 eventually put in for a position in the Victim Assistance Division and got it in December 2020. This role put her under the supervision of Chief Rkelly. However, the unwanted touches and full frontal hugs with moaning continued. The most recent of the sexualized hugs back in April 2022. We got a damn freak for the DA, but you want to talk about Karmelo Anthony? No, we're gonna talk about you, because if you want to sit up here and go do this rocket docket type case, well, we're gonna rocket docket your ass, because you need to be in jail. You do not need to be a DA here. But see, this is what they don't tell you. That's why you got to research your people, who you're voting for. And I'm finna say this to the Republican Party. Republican Party, y'all need to write somebody else in, because this man here is a sexual deviant, and he has no place being a DA here in Collin County. And if you want to see this lawsuit, you can go to my Houston Stringer page or Night Sun TV. We're going to drop the whole 75 pages so you can read it for yourself. And there's some sick puppy foolishness in here. But he's DA though. Oh, okay. Let me see. Yeah. But then we took it a step further. Hold that for me. We took it a step further, because anytime we pull court documents.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
My legal team will put it in an audit, and it'll give a psychological background of the defendant. Y'all want to hear it? Yeah. I can't hear you. You want to hear it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So we have predatory behavior patterns of District Attorney Greg Willis. The complaint outlines an administrative pattern where DA Willis routinely leveraged his immense legal and professional power, including his authority to refer individuals for indictment and control criminal investigations, to isolate and exploit female employees. Oh, he enforces strict closed-door policies using forested glass office doors to maintain total occupancy. Across multiple independent plaintiff accounts, Willis repeatedly utilized identical operational pretexts to force unwanted physical contact. He frequently claimed he needed help with an electronic document to draw female staff behind his desk, subsequently tapping them in chairs, massaging their shoulders, stroking their limbs, and forcing full frontal body hugs while rubbing their lower backs, audibly moaning. He explicitly framed his actions as personal compulsions, telling staff, sometimes I can't help myself. When he near to them, and blaming their appearance for the lack of professional control. That's the DA we got in here. That's the DA who did this to Karmelo Anthony. So y'all ain't know that, huh? Oh, y'all didn't? Okay. And then, so let me tell you about, let me get this one.
Here's more.
Hold on, it's more, baby. It's more stuff. It's more stuff. Now, I want to give credit to North Carolina The Beat, which is another, black journalist that we all work together. All us people, activists, journalists, we work together. And I thank him for giving us this information, and we confirmed all of it. However, Judge Roach, now I'm on your avenue. Come on. Get him. Okay? Did y'all know that there's a third-party website? Because y'all know I deal with judicial accountability, right? Y'all know I bring them judges and I slang them when they dirty, right? So there's a third party that I want you all to be able to go to. And I'm going to make sure that we put it in the article so you can use that as a resource. Because whatever court you go to in the United States that deal with family and children, you need to know who's on this list. And this is a list of child abuse judges. This is child abuse judges, and this comes from the childabusejudges.com. Yeah. See, you don't know until you know, right? Okay. So as of 12/22/2025, 1,400 plus judges have been accused of child abuse. Many judges 2 to 6 times. So let's see what state we got Texas up with. Because this is all of it. But I'm just going to show y'all Texas. Let's see who name on here.
Receipts.
Oh yeah, here you go. My Versace glasses kind of got in the way. But Judge John Roach Jr. is on that list. And this is the same judge that convicted Karmelo. So you know what they say. Don't throw rocks living in a what? Glass house. So you need to know who is governing you guys. Because if you don't, how do you know how to move? That's why elections is important. You need to know who you're voting for. Y'all over here putting sex offenders in here, child abuse judges in here, and you wonder why you can't move 2 steps forward and you got to take 2 steps back, and then they turn around and take your kids from you. Then they turn around and have your ass going to TDCJ for over 30 years. But that's what you got in this county here. So what I want to leave to the people of Collin County is this. DFW surrounding areas. We got to mobilize. We got to mobilize. We got to stop fighting each other, and we got to start fighting fire with fire.
Let's go.
We have to let these people know that we would not tolerate this egregious activity that they're doing to our people. We would not tolerate it. So I did not come out here to rah-rah. I came out here to tell truth to power.
Thank you.
So you know who you dealing with in here. See, while you go out and get in that Jordan line, you better get in that voting line.
That's right. That's right.
When you over there on that stripper pole, you better get to that voting pole.
That's right. That's right.
Because at the end of the day, who...
And wait till y'all hear the conversation that Charleston White had with Karmelo's parents. And that's what it is. I'm sorry. When I said that Karmelo has the medical condition, which is why they claim it was taking a little longer for him to go through the transfer. He has seizures. And Karmelo actually saved a lot of young kids' lives, even with him having the medical condition that he has. But yes, this young man has seizures, y'all. And they told his mother and father that they had to send a medicine through the courts. Not even when they hurried up and sentenced him all in one day when he was found guilty, the judge, we're going to sentence him today too. And shipped him off everything at once. Everybody said they never moved that quick like that. They even give some individuals time to turn themselves, not turn themselves in, but a few weeks to come back to get sentenced. And then, that'll be the day that they go into jail. That judge did everything after the 2.5 hours that the jury came with their decision. 2.5 hours later. And Candace is exposing the judge, the DA who they voted on in that county. And do you hear all the complaints that the employees that work in the office with him, the women, that saying that he was inappropriately touching them and all of the different things that he was doing in a workplace, making these women feel uncomfortable. But he's up here, got so much to say about Karmelo being a murderer, and like this young boy is just like this thug, and the Metcalf son was so perfect and a straight A student. Come to find out, the Metcalf son wasn't even living with both parents. He was living with the father, not even the mother. Then it's rumored that him and his brother used to put hands on the father. You hear Karmelo's father say, them boys are bigger than me. And then it came out in court that he's supposed to have picked Karmelo up, gripped him by his shirt and lifted him in the air like he was just this little kid, and just lift him off his feet. And this is why I said why I feel, in my opinion, when Karmelo stabbed him and where the knife was placed is probably why it was placed that in his chest in that direction. Because if you gripping me up and lifting me to the air off my feet and you all in front of my face, all in my personal space, is probably why when Karmelo went to reach for the knife and stab him is why it landed where it landed. He's trying to get this boy up out his face. He didn't stab him in the back. He didn't chase him and the Metcalf's son walked away and Karmelo went behind him and stabbed him in the back or the neck. No. If you all in my face, if you gripping me up and picking my feet up off the ground and like gripping me up by my clothes, and you face in my face, face to face, and I go to grab a knife, the closest place it's going to go is the closest that he was in his face. And it could have went in the top shoulder. It could have went everywhere, any place where, like I said, like if you try to get somebody to back off you. And then it's rumored that allegedly some people say it was a time where they think that the Metcalf son fell on the knife. And then they said that he died in his brother Hunter's arms. The dad said that's a lie. That never happened. And then people have their opinions on the fact that the judge let Hunter strike from being called to testify when they claimed that he was right there and that his brother died in his arms. And then when I seen that boy show up at the press conference with his mother and father with the district attorney, and he got his whole one side of his arm, whole sleeve tattoo. That boy big as hell. They don't even look like no 18, 19-year-old. He looked like he in his late 20s. And then it's rumored that they don't respect their mother, that they got many suspensions and all of that stuff on their behavioral report for the school. But their parents is out here making it seem like the Metcalfs are such great boys, and their academics and their behavior. Oh, they help so many other kids. They're so supportive to so many other kids. They're not bullies, but everybody, multiple people, says that the brothers were intimidated. They were bullies. They walked around like they can do whatever to whoever due to the connections that the parents had. And I don't know if the picture of the judge and the parents, if that's real or not. And y'all can answer in the comments, or whoever watches this on the replay, if you got any receipts or facts, or send it to my email. But it's photos floating around, because you know this AI stuff is ridiculous, y'all. So they can literally like this AI stuff. I don't really trust nothing unless it's facts and receipts and is an original documentation or photo. But it's supposed to be the judge and the parents supposed to have history. And like I said, the jail, the prison that they're claiming that Karmelo supposed to be his own prison, the warden last name is Metcalf. Now, I'm not saying that he's related to them, but it's a crazy coincidence that the warden of the prison is a Metcalf. And the way that the father is talking, like he's so for sure Karmelo gonna have such a hard time. He's so for sure he's not gonna get paroled. He's so for sure he's not gonna win no appeal. Oh, good luck. And then what gets me is the whole Christian. All these people that's out here talking about how much they're Christians and how religious they are. But this father sat up here and said that the forgiveness was for him, because he don't want to hold that in him, because that's like cancer. But you claim you're a Christian. You can't claim being a Christian and saying you're religious and claiming that you forgive. Forgiveness is forgive and forget. You can't claim forgiveness, but you holding a grudge. And then you wishing basically harm on this boy. And some people say, oh, well, and I, like I said, so many white people, and I'm sorry, I have to call it out because I got the proof. The comments that they have been writing on these social media platforms regarding anybody who makes a post about this case, about Karmelo, their opinion, if they feel, he was done wrong, the injustice, the racist individuals that's writing these racist comments all over. And I'm so surprised that these platforms didn't automatically delete the AI bots or whatever they call, automatically didn't delete these comments. Why are they even posted under different posts without them finding their AI bots automatically didn't see these racist comments all over social media? Karmelo's dad said it's actual pictures with his son hanging from trees with cum in his mouth, threatening that he's going to be great. Like, huh? This is still a minor. I don't care if people say, oh, well, he's 19 now. He ain't no grown adult man that been through this or been through that. 19-year-old. He's still a kid that ain't never been through nothing. They said in court he broke down so bad and has so much remorse. He was just trying to get these boys up off of him in a situation where he couldn't think, He's scared, and he just made a move, and this happened. Even when it happened, they said he was crying and asking the police officers, "Is he okay? Is he okay?" And so worried about him when they were trying to give him CPR and all of that different stuff, and trying to get him over to medical and everything. They said Karmelo was sincere the whole time. He didn't stab him multiple times. So with Candace, she thanked Charleston White, but again, after I play the skip, I'm gonna show y'all how he manipulated this father, told his father, "I'm so sorry that I told you to believe in a white juror." And the father said on a Breakfast Club interview, he had several blacks that was in his ear that told him and his wife that they should get their son a white attorneys. And that he is so sorry that he listened to these people. He didn't say names. He said just multiple black people told us that we need to get white attorneys. And that the attorneys wasn't object to certain stuff. And he felt like that they weren't fighting for his son the way these people told him to get these white attorneys, that would be good, I guess, in face of the juror. That the black jurors were striped from the prosecutors, which the judge dismissed the motions that were put in from the defense regarding the black jurors that were striped. So then Charleston White, now he changes up again. But wait till y'all hear how he apologizes to this father the other day. "Oh, I'm so sorry for telling you to believe in the white jurors and believe in the white people." Like, why the hell would you convince this father in the county that he's in, facing these Metcalf family, watching from day one all the stuff that was surrounding around this case, and even Charleston White from the beginning saying F this family and F their son from the beginning. And when his son was found guilty, he gonna sit on the phone with this father saying, "I'm sorry for telling you to believe in the white people, because I never really had no problem. It's some white people that's good people. And I'm sorry I convinced you like, why would you do that?" And then for you to go flip on his family now saying that you ain't supporting them at all, that you promised this family $70,000 by Saturday. All because supposedly him and the guy Dominique, who is in charge of the Next Generation organization, got this little back and forth feud, which is sad because our people are fighting back and forth when right now the focus should be this young man, and you got grown men that's black that got a feud, and that's only supporting this family to be what? Viral, for clicks and views, for clout, and playing around with this family's son's life. When this boy going into prison with real murderers. And let's pray that the blacks in the prison, hold him down. Because he got to go in there and, be around the racists that's going to be up in the jail. Let's be serious. But I believe they're going to have him in protective custody because of this case being high profile, because I was told he wouldn't be considered as a minor no more because he's 19. But I doubt it if they're going to put him in general population. He's too much of a high profile case. He's a target. Just like the Mo 3 case. That guy that's arrested, who they're alleging may be the shooter that was running on the highway, they have him in protective custody. And we're going to get into that case too. And this self-snitching stuff that these people doing online as well, and doing all these interviews on video calls from the prison. And they protecting these individuals who they're claiming they got over amounts of evidence, and this man is online telling the world that he shot Boosie. But this Karmelo, a young man who's going to a grown man prison, he don't know nothing about jail, nothing, barely had fights in school or in his neighborhood or any type of major disagreements. His dad said where they lived, they thought it was positive and a nice area and everything. But what they have learned is if you get picked on, you ain't supposed to fight back. You ain't supposed to protect yourself. You're just supposed to walk off, and whatever they do to you, you're supposed to let it happen. And in the beginning of this live, I shared Karmelo's the jail information. If anybody wants to send cards, letters, anything to his commissary through the SS app, the Securus app, or JPay. So I'm gonna re-put that up for people who might be seeing this late, and show that information again. The information I got was the parents said that Karmelo appreciates the letters, encouraging letters and cards, and you could do the emails through Securus and buy stamps. And yeah, to just lift his spirits up, encourage them, books, education, literacy, what else the mom was saying. Any more information I get, either I'll leave it on my community wall, or if I gotta go live and give y'all more information, then I'll do so. And like I said, if you have any resources or anything that can help the family, my email is in my description on my channel, or it's going across the ticker, and I will forward you to the person that I'm connected to that actually do have a relationship with the parents and was on the ground during the trial. If you have anything that can help the parents and with this case.
They affect locally is y'all. So do I got any questions for the media? Because I got time today. I got time today. I sure do.
The people that are not in higher power like you guys, what do you want us to do as the people? Do we keep, I'm a blogger, so what do we just...
No, what you do, you continue being a blogger. You continue shining the light. But what you have to do, you have to ensure whatever that you put in, that it is credible. Because you damage your credibility, you damage everything.
And
yes.
I know that you have a lot of problems with the trial and the way it went down.
Yes.
What is your biggest problem with it that you feel like discredits the entire trial?
It's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside. First, go to Riverside and open an account. When you're ready to record, just hit rec to capture high-quality audio and video, all from the comfort of, well,
who was conducting it from the beginning? And then who was the one that was convicting? Who was the one that was calling the shots? I got a problem with these people. You know, I actually have a problem with this. I have a problem, like I'm gonna repeat this again. This was a modern day live lynching. This was from the very beginning that this young man was doing. That's why we were working behind the scenes, because this time we can get in front of this.
What are you doing now in terms of trying to help with an appeal or be involved?
What we're doing now at this stage is trying to help the family to get the right, proper legal representation. Yes. We giving them names, and they need to be able to pick who they want. I'm not going to just say, no, you take this lawyer here, and then this lawyer get over here and do what these lawyers did, and just sew this child up the river. Now, am I in agreement with anybody losing their life? Absolutely not. But I'm also in agreement of accountability, because accountability breeds responsibility. And it's our responsibility as a community and as me as an activist to call it out. Because when you don't shine a light to it, it's going to continue. That's why y'all need to know who we dealing with in here. And I'm not done digging up all the rest of these judges. Whoever else, we're not done.
What else will you be doing to?
I'm sorry?
What else will you be doing besides this event here today?
I'm just gonna say this. You just stay tuned. You just stay tuned. Because I'm not giving the gameplay.
Don't believe me, just
stay tuned. Because see, you have a lot of people, and not to be disrespectful, my brother, you have a lot of people that do this, but don't put no action. So I'm telling you, watch the action play, because it's coming. Any other questions?
Have you been made aware of the video that's supposed to be at the Frisco ISD that shows Karmelo being jumped?
Well, see, that right there, ma'am, I'm not trying to retry nothing with the case. What we're going to do, we're going to let the appeal process deal with that. That's why we need the best lawyers who going to go and get that. Who going to go and get what's supposed to be done. That's what we do.
Are you going to help the family financially?
I'm sorry?
Are you going to help the family financially with some of the
No, it's gonna be the entire United States that's gonna help, because they're gonna have everybody. We're all gonna galvanize behind this. Want to tell it all. That's it. Tell it all.
So you wanted to see his background introduced into this case.
Absolutely. And when you did not have a mitigation specialist on that defense team, this is what you get. This is what you get. And so I'm just going to be real clear, everybody. Now we got to start, because the fight starts now. Everybody has a strong suit out here. Utilize your strong suit, because the family is going to need us.
Yes.
We need to make sure, one, that if you're a blogger, if you're the news, if you have your own news stations, anyway, anything that's dealing with that caliber, we got to control the narrative, and we have to ensure the narrative is being put out correctly. And when things are not being done right, we got to shine a light to it. Period. So, any other questions before we conclude this press conference?
I have a question.
Yes.
What advice would you give to our Black community just moving forward with this situation?
Okay. Hello, everybody. I'm Dr. Candace Matthews, national renowned human civil rights activist, advocate, author, and also the National Minister of Politics for the New Black Panther Nation. I'm here with our family to surround this mother and her family. We're here in Collin County once again because they all the time got some shit going on here. Okay, now we on this CPS judge, Lindsey Wynn. Okay, Lindsey Wynn. This mother has a biracial child. The daddy white. Okay, they had a case that went before her court. This very case, they end up taking this woman's baby. This woman is a teacher. This woman is around other people's children.
Yo, I just typed that in and it made the whole track.
Okay, and she deals with pediatrics, going to school for it. And then you turn around and take this woman baby. And let me tell you, when you a mother, we carry these children for 9 months. And then we carry them when they out. Especially when you're a real mother. And then you turn around just because the daddy white, him and his hillbilly looking mama. Oh no, I'm serious, y'all. I'm dead serious. You took this baby from a house that's clean, where it's nurtured, where it's family. Because y'all know one thing about black folk, we about family. Okay? And then you brought this baby over to some alleged devil worshipers. Mold, infestation, filth. Got this baby living and swallowed. And you think it's okay because I guess white is right, huh? Well, not today, because we're going to call your ass out too, ma'am. Because that is not the best interest of the child. I don't care what color the child is. When you don't have the proper place for a child to lay their head, you don't have where a child is losing her hair, a child is getting rash, and all this type of stuff. How is that the best interest of the child? The child didn't leave like that, but the child looking like that right now. Let me show y'all something. I gotta pull it out, y'all.
Oh man, it's a lot.
I gotta pull this out. So it's a big one. Look, this a big one. This a big one. And one thing I'm gonna say about this is that I have an issue with rogue judges. I have an issue with CPS when they doing dirty stuff because I stay on their neck. Okay? But y'all got to see this. Because people lie. Evidence don't.
We have our receipts.
Got quite a bit of receipts in here. So the first document we have. Okay, let me have one of that. Let me hold it. Yeah. Hold that. Okay. This was pretty much how the CPS investigation got started, okay? This is how it got started. Also, this is where it ended, where it says unable to determine, which means you can't find what? Abuse, right? Y'all see that, right? Okay. Follow me now. Follow me. Now, this very judge, as well as any judge in the state of Texas, has a judicial oath of office. That's her. Ain't that her signature?
Right.
Right? Oh, okay. Okay, I just want y'all to see this, okay? Follow me. Follow me.
That's the real deal.
This here was a motion for this judge to recuse herself. And she failed to recuse herself. She didn't want to. She felt that she could be fair and impartial. Y'all see that, right? Y'all see that, right? Okay. Y'all following it, right?
This ain't no AI. This real.
And then this is what the mom did, a motion to unseal the documents. Why is her document sealed?
All of
all the evidence and everything is sealed. So they trying to steal it from the public? Because this is supposed to be public record. Okay? But see, when you're doing dirty business, you want to what? Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. See, they hiding this in plain sight, y'all.
hiding it all the way.
That's the one that shows. This is her restrictions on sealing evidence. She said you can't seal evidence, but she did it. We got it right here. It's documented.
Now look, then we got court transcripts. So look, let me tell y'all something when you're dealing with judges. Anytime you go before a judge court, always go to the clerk and get the court transcripts. Because when you have to file
time, man. But we're not here to talk about my vacation in Cabo. We have some heavy stories today, to say the least. So
So, this is the response from Austin's father, and y'all gonna see this man true racist emotions, actions, and how he really feels. Okay, I guess that man must have chugged something to drink last night, the night before, went live, and now he's saying he can talk now. He ain't on the gag order. He can say what he want. Even a lot of white people are calling it out. That, wait a minute, first you tried to say this was all about you was hurt for what he did to your son, this, that, and the third, but then we starting to see why they were saying your sons was bullies. Watch this.
we'll start off with everyone's obviously very familiar with the Karmelo Anthony trial, and the verdict came out. He got 35 years in jail. We've since learned he's going to be appealing the conviction and I would imagine the sentence. So that will all play out. But Austin Metcalf's dad broke his silence yesterday and in a podcast. It was a 3-hour podcast.
The Jinxed Sip podcast.
Is that what it's called? I've never heard of it before. And I'm not going to say I listened to all 3 hours of the podcast, but there have been some clips that have surfaced on Twitter from it. And Jeff says some, in my opinion, some pretty crazy stuff on the heels of the verdict. So do we want to just...
Again, copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, research, scholarship. Fair use is a use permitted by a copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the favor of fair use. This is a reaction for educational purposes. The views and opinions expressed in the media or comments on this channel are those of the speakers or authors and do not necessarily reflect or represent the views and opinions held by this channel's broadcaster. Due to the social nature of this broadcasting channel, videos may contain content copyrighted by another entity or person. This channel's owner claims no copyright to said content. The broadcaster of this channel cannot be held accountable for the copyrighted content. The broadcaster of this channel is a messenger and a sharer of information and strives to verify.
Let's play it. We'll play the clip we have. This is a clip from the podcast. Jeff Metcalf.
This is what most people are talking about on Twitter right now. This is the most
the specific clip. Yes,
most focused on part. Yeah,
fatigue. It's real. I'm sorry. You have embarrassed your own culture and race. Don't get me wrong. We got a lot of people that embarrass me too. But you guys, you got a patent on that.
We promise a tenfold refund if it doesn't work. Traditional dentures can lead to jawbone loss and alter your facial contour over time, but this denture completely avoids such issues. It can be fitted in just...
And the only people that's going to change it are you. Don't blame the white person because we can't change it. But you're going to blame the white person for everything else. I'm going to tell you right now. Charleston White, you think you're funny? We'll see who's laughing. Drew Anthony, you're a and a coward, and you raised one. Kayla, you drunk. What'd you do to that boy to make him stab somebody? My God, what kind of mother are you? Hey, Kevin Hayes, you fucking liar. Day after it happened, how many lies did you sit and type up on your keyboard, you big keyboard warrior? You a big tough man. You still live in Baton Rouge? Remember you said you'd come to Frisco, buddy? You're supposed to find me. I told you we could sit down and talk. That's all you do. Talk, Mr. Squeaky Clean. You're the only one in your family without a damn record. I guess that's something to brag about in your culture. You people hang your hat on the dumbest I've ever seen. Let me make one up. Y'all can let me make something racist up so y'all can go viral. I got a new name for Mello, okay? Because he was such this little boy y'all were trying to portray. How about Watermelon Felon? How's that one strike you? I hope he enjoyed his first night in that cell last night. Because he's going to have many nights to think about what the he did.
Well, so for all the
just 2 minutes.
So for all the people, I also saw after this he was like tries talking about how he has forgiven him and well, it does not sound like he has forgiven anyone for what happened to his son, but I mean, for all the people out there that were trying to say, you know, this was a case and not a case about race. Well, Austin Metcalf's dad just made it about race because saying, you know, racist tropes like that and clearly showing how he and all those like crazy shots he was taking at the family personally, it's like you just open up a whole nother can of worms because now, in my opinion, you're showing your true colors and how you truly feel. And obviously you're extremely upset and it's an extremely tragic situation that your son passed away, but the court system played out. He got 35 years. And now you're going out there and making these like racial comments and personal shots at the family. I couldn't believe, honestly, when I saw these videos circulating last night, maybe you have a different take. I literally thought it was AI. I didn't think it was real.
I asked Tony, our associate producer, I go, hey, is that AI? And for a second, we're like, maybe. And then we went online and it was real.
So
yeah, no, but yeah, you're right. I mean, this guy has every right to be upset about his dad. I mean, about his son dying, being killed, and everything. And you see it. You can see it in him, but it doesn't give you the right to be flat out racist. And that's really the end of it.
Yeah, I mean, there's really no other take you can make about what, you know, Austin Metcalf's dad said on this podcast.
And there was a gag order, by the way, for a good year since this happened. The judge put on this, so he couldn't talk about the case. Gag order was lifted, and I think he had been planning this for some time.
Oh, for sure. I mean, clearly this had all been like, you know, he has clearly wanted to say this from the beginning, and this has been bubbling up inside him, and just kind of a disgusting clip. It's like hard to watch. It makes me like cringe for him, for starters, because it's just like, dude, what are you doing? I mean, I guess everyone is entitled to speak however they want, but it's like now, dude, it's like you've really shown your true colors. And whether that has anything to do with the case, I don't know, but it's definitely it shows how you truly feel about Black people. And I couldn't believe it when I saw this. I really didn't think it was real, but crazy. And I guarantee you that this clip is going to blow up today. And I am sure we will see tons of people weigh in. I'm sure the Anthony family will respond, but I don't really have anything else to say about what was said on the podcast. Okay. Move on. You think we should move on? Okay. Nancy Guthrie, another really light story. She has not been found yet, unfortunately, but there was an update. I know a lot of people, including obviously Nancy's family, are still looking for tips and still looking for anything that could possibly, bring their mother home or at least give them some closure in the case. So basically what happened is there is this Mexican volunteer group that has been searching different areas, and they claimed they got an anonymous tip that her remains were buried in an unmarked grave in Mexico. So they said they received the tip on Wednesday, and basically they went to this remote
grieving mother. And I want to tell you, Mr. Metcalf, I have no quarrel. And you guys got nothing. So you couldn't fire the lawyers when we brought in Mitch Nolte, because halfway through, about 6-7 months ago, we just got nothing. So you couldn't fire the lawyers when we brought in Mitch Nolte, because halfway through, about 6-7 months ago, we tried to bring in Mitch Nolte and criminal defense mitigation specialist Shannon Ross. And your attorney advised you not to have a mitigation specialist, which could have brought up the Metcalf brothers' violent history. But because you didn't have a mitigating specialist to bring in the mitigating factors, no mitigating factors or circumstances were projected into this trial. I guarantee you we win hands down on appeal, so I'm putting the $75,000 up. I'm arranging interview money for you and your family to have at least $30,000 by Saturday so you can live, because they just shut down the account once the attorneys got the money, right? Mm-hmm. So you logged onto the account this morning, and now you no longer see anything because the attorneys have been paid and you are now left on your own. Yes, sir. How did you get the medicine to get? How did you get the money to get Karmelo's seizure medicine? My wife found the RX coupon. I guarantee I have $30,000 in your pocket by Saturday. I got $10,000 scheduled for you Friday. I'll be in Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas Friday. I have $10,000 for you and your family Friday. Thank you so much. You didn't get justice, but you and your family got peace. Y'all got peace for a year. And that lady, Sarah Fields, say, homie, white, this ain't about race, so I ain't gonna say race. This is about bullying. This is about bullying. And nobody's more of a bully than a white boy, a white man with his ideology, a homosexual, and a stud, and a white woman who can't see her evil. Nobody is a more bully than those people. Wow, that's what they do. That's what they're known to do throughout history. White people have never been kind to other people. They was mean to each other before they got over it. But all white people ain't bad. Why? I ain't never met a bunch of bad white people. So when I saw all white jewelry, I called you and told you, have no fear. White people ain't that bad. I had faith in that all white jewelry, didn't I?
Ain't that crazy?
Didn't I, man? Listen, I feel horrible because I tried to strengthen your faith with my faith in white people, homie. I told you, man, that white jewelry gonna do right by us. I told you that, homie, and I believe it.
Right by
I feel
us.
foolish. I feel
Hey, the flip on the family
make
again.
you believe what I believe.
Playing with this
I really
boy
believe that,
life
fam.
for clout.
Nigga, I don't win against my own people trying to convince black people white people is good, homie.
What?
Only to look like a fool.
Did you not hear what the Metcalf father said? He called Karmelo a watermelon.
It's hard to defend what we see, homie. When they defend the Chinese man, George Floyd laid on the ground, homie, and didn't flinch. And white people had no compassion for him. So why would I expect them to have compassion for a kid who has epilepsy, like an autistic kid? This kid has saved more children's lives as a kid unintentionally than he ever thrown a punch or had a fight. I paid for a training to teach the kid how to throw a punch last year. The kid don't even know how to throw a punch, man. I paid a trainer to go teach him how to fight. And you know what the trainer said? Homie, fighting ain't in him. He a good kid. Even the trainer said it ain't in him, homie. So he didn't go back to training no more. Teach him to be good. He a good kid. Damn, nigga. Man, I can't believe those white homie. Man, listen. We're gonna make it right. And one thing I know about the white man, the only way to beat him is you can beat him with his law. I did. I served time for white man. Bragged about it. I committed some of the most, nigga, I ain't got nothing on my record. No felony conviction, no more. And I got a murder for a white man. So if white people can do that for me, they'll do it for your son too. I served time for white man. Front page paper. My brother, my homeboy, the only black man I know that ever served time for white man. Stood over and watched him die. That's a badge of honor to me. And white people can't take that from me. So during these times when I close my eyes, my heart smiles. Because I've done something I know they wish I was dead for. They can't take that from me. And guess what? Your boy got the same thing when he lay in the bed and smile and feel weak. He can feel strong and his nature kicked in when he was afraid and scared. When he was afraid and scared of them two big bully white boys, his nature kicked in. And nature's first rule is to self-preserve. So he was too afraid to stand up and face the bullies. So he sat there subservient. Sitting down is a sign of submission. So he was already submitting to the white boys. When they tried to come put their hands on him, his fear and nature kicked in. He didn't have a knife. Hey, listen, your lawyers were supposed to object to every time they mentioned a knife for it to be on record. It wasn't a knife. It was a multi-fashional tool. That the state of Texas, listen, because if it was a life, he would have 15 or 20 more years for bringing a weapon to school.
I don't went against my own people trying to
match to your fucking goddamn water buffalo looking ass when I saw you at the courthouse. Charleston White, you look like a fucking crackhead.
You want to say nigger?
Even though you got money, you're the only smart person around. Ooh.
Y'all hear it?
Ooh. You're a grifting piece of shit. Sale last night, because he's gonna have many nights to think.
Shout out to Willie D, because I can't find the actual full video of Austin Metcalf's father. But listen, not only did this man call Karmelo a watermelon felon, he's going to slip up. So I guess this video he did, he's coming at all the people that have been saying stuff throughout the whole trial and claim he couldn't say that because he was on a gag order. But this fool is going to slip up and say nigger.
To think about what the fuck he did. Tiffany Billions.
Wait a minute.
I don't know what kind of glamour.
Fighting in wars.
Y'all can go viral. I got a new name for Mello, okay? Because he was such this little boy I was trying to portray. How about watermelon felon? How's that one strike you? I hope he enjoyed his first night in that cell last night, because he's going to have many nights to think about what the fuck he did. Tiffany Billions. I don't know what kind of glamour shot you steal from other people and put up on your profile, but it don't match to your fucking goddamn water buffalo looking ass when I saw you at the courthouse. Charleston White, you look like a fucking crackhead. Even though you got money, you're the only smart person around. Ooh. You're a grifting piece of shit.
Let's talk about grifting. Since I have been hearing things about Carmelo Anthony's parents grifting, and now he's accusing somebody else of grifting. This mother is going to be doing some hell of a grifting from here on out. That's what he's doing right now, getting his coins. He's grifting right now. He is using his son's tragedy to fill his pockets. He is not the model dad that he's trying to portray. He is not the hurt dad he's trying to portray. The reason why I suspect that he didn't have more emotions when this thing first happened is because he wasn't even in the same household with his sons. See, they don't want to talk about that. Yeah, he was not raising them at the time. He and the mother was separated or divorced. He wasn't even living in the same household. That's right. These Austin and Hunter were products of a single mother. Yeah, and they white. Yeah, they white. But he got the nerve to talk about black people being raised by single mothers, like the father not in the home. His ass ain't even in the home. See, every accusation is an admission. It is a confession, an admission of guilt. It is a confession. Every time they open their mouth, they tell on themselves. In fact, people like him and that dude over there on Pennsylvania Street, all you got to do is listen to what they say. And the opposite is what the truth is. Whatever they accuse others of doing, they themselves are guilty of. And the reason why they get so mad when others do it is because they have a sense of entitlement that only they can act that way. Only they can do that. Only they can take advantage of the system. Only they should be able to deputize, self-deputize, confront people, and try to control bodies. Tell other people that don't look like them where they belong.
At Jefferson Cherry Hill Hospital, the Sidney Kimmel Comprehensive Cancer Center provides patients with next-generation treatments and clinical trials, including treatment for gynecologic cancers, bringing you compassionate, expert care.
Yeah, see, I know you. Boy, I studied your mother because I know you real well. Yeah.
Your character says it all. I don't have to say a damn word. Your actions speak for themselves. You and your little faggot bow tie? What the hell is that, dude? Maybe you and Chris King are butt buddies. Like y'all swap ties and shit. I don't know. Your little army of people? Maybe it was your Black Panther friends. Ooh, y'all are so fucking tough. You talk a big fucking game, but really at the end of the day, you ain't shit.
Is this how a Christian man's supposed to talk? Because I ain't been to church in a long time. So this how they talk now? I didn't know. I'm just asking.
I'll scrape you off the heel of my boot. And normally, I don't normally attack people like this, but I have been cooped up and caged up in this anger. And this is something I'm trying to work on. I need to develop it and funnel it into a more constructive way. But tonight is the one time I'm going to allow myself. It's okay.
It's okay to act uncivilized is the reason his son is dead. That's right. The apple don't fall far from the tree. He's the reason why Austin is dead. I won't even put it all on Austin. Austin was still a kid, 17 years old. His mind ain't fully developed. He really don't understand the consequences of his actions. He really don't pay attention to details. You notice in your own life, fam, as you get older, you start paying attention to details. When you're young, you don't really think about stuff. Your friend come through and say, hey, man, we going to down the street here. You just hop in the car. You don't even think about who car is this. You know, why you driving this car? I didn't know you had a car. You're not even, because you're not thinking about details.
And y'all don't think that Austin was the bully? And for his father to say, oh, I don't usually speak like this, you're lying. This is your real actions. This is how you speak. And it's showing the world that's how your son actions was towards Karmelo. Both of your sons, telling him he had to get from under the tent, he had to leave. The same attitude you have. You could have expressed and did your interviews, but to act the way this man is acting, he up here addressing the Black Panthers and addressing this person, that person, like all the bloggers that was outside the courtroom. Like, are you serious? And then calling himself a Christian? I'm getting so tired of these Christians with his type of behavior and actions. Like they God, they could put somebody in heaven or hell, but then claim that Christians forgive. You can't claim forgiveness, but then claim, oh, I ain't gonna forget. That's not how that go. That's not how that go. And then we still talking about a kid. And like I said earlier in the live, his sons wasn't living with him. They were going back and forth. They was with the mom. Then they was spending the night over his house and came out of the court. And it also came out of the court one time. They was beating up on their father. They was beating up on the father. That's why the prosecutor didn't want Hunter to testify. Because his anger issues would have came out on that stand. And not because people want to say, oh, you have to have sympathy. He lost his brother and he he passed away in his arms, and they said that was a lie. No, I'm talking about Hunter's actions would have shown far as him and his brother being bullies. That's why they didn't want him to testify.
Next thing you know, whoop, pull you over, car stolen, both of y'all in jail. You don't think about the details. So this guy right here is the reason why Austin is dead. He raised him. He raised a boy who thought it was okay to accost people and bully people and push people around. That's what Austin was doing when he got killed. He was doing something that he was really familiar with. We always like to talk about it starts at home. If Austin thought that was a good idea, where did he get that idea from? Who raised him? That's what I want to know. I submit to you, the dude is on your screen to the right.
With Base 44, a simple sentence becomes your website. Page after page.
Tonight, I'm going to allow myself to say what I really want to say. Because most of the time I don't say what I want to say because it's not correct. Just because you think something doesn't mean you believe it. Doesn't make it right. Doesn't make it wrong. Doesn't make it a fact either. Because all you believed, Karmelo was innocent. Newsflash, guilty, prison.
Okay, just because somebody is found guilty does not make them guilty. You understand what I'm saying? Just because they're found guilty in a court of law does not make them guilty. It does not mean that they are not innocent. Okay? We saw that with the Emmett Till trial. Some of y'all can relate to that. You know what? I put it like this. There are those out there who look like him. I can guarantee you he's one of those who thought that O.J. Simpson killed Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman. I can guarantee you he's one of those. And others of you who are listening to me right now, you believe O.J. Simpson killed those people. O.J. Simpson was found not guilty, and you still believe he killed them. So what's the difference? This is the difference. And this is always the difference.
You were wrong. Admit it. But no, what do you do now? Oh, there was no black jurors. You know why? Because you can't be unbiased, you dumb shits. If you answer the question, I can't send a black man to jail because he's black, you're not getting on the jury.
I can't send a black man to jail because he's black. You're not getting on the jury. He's absolutely correct right there. And that should tell you everything that you need to know when they fill out their forms, what they're saying. They're going to tell those people whatever they need to hear so that they can get on the jury. Do you understand the words coming out of my mouth? You are not doing yourself, your children, your grandchildren, or anybody in the black community a favor by trying to avoid jury duty, especially when a person is on trial for their life. Your ass need to be doing everything you can to get on that jury and saying everything you can to get on that jury. Yeah.
You're so unintelligent, you can't even fill out a form correctly. You don't even know who your fucking daddy is because 78% of you don't have your father in the home anymore.
Let's stop right there. 78% of you don't have your father in the home anymore. Well, guess who else don't have a father in the home anymore? Hunter. Yeah. The other twin, the surviving twin. You see, this guy right here has made his family the product of a single mother when he left. Yeah, this dude is the same person that he's talking about. Every accusation is a confession. He talking all this stuff about black men not being in the house. He ain't even in his own house. This is why his sons was out there running amok. Undisciplined, untrained, because of him. Jeff made a big deal about how so many black kids don't know who their father is. But Jeff, you're one to talk. When I looked at your kids and you standing side by side, I could not help but notice the glaring difference in size. Those boys are towering over you. Are you sure they're yours? Because I don't think so. I think Austin may have died not knowing who his daddy was. Yeah, I think that may have happened. So instead of trying to check black folks, you need to be checking your DNA. Yeah, man, because Karmelo and his daddy look a lot alike. They look way more similar than you and your boys do. See, I'm gonna tell you what that really is, fam. That rage is really guilt. It's like the person who shows up at the funeral who did not do right by the deceased. So they come in there acting a damn fool, talking crazy to everybody, pointing the finger at everybody, accusing this person of that, that person of that. It's that guilt. That's what that is, guilt.
You got baby mamas running around with 8 kids so they can get EBT cards to feed you all. You think I'm being racist? No, I'm being real.
I'm being real. Family, understand this. 42% of the people that are on welfare are white. Only about 25% is black. But they won't talk about that part. Again, every accusation is a confession.
Don't bitch because Trump's president because you didn't vote.
What took you so long?
Hello, Moto.
Before we start this episode, here's a quick preview of what's coming. Ready to take charge of your finances and master the art of money management?
Don't vote for somebody based on skin color.
Y'all hear this man, right? This is
So it was cool to vote for somebody based on skin color
Shout out
when
to
the
Willie
black
D for
man
breaking
wasn't
this
running
down.
for office.
Seriously.
That was cool,
Respectfully.
right?
Like
that
a
was
real
cool.
gentleman.
Okay.
But you'll jump on the side of a murderer for skin color. Do you know how stupid that really makes you look? I'm going to support somebody blindly, even though they did wrong.
George Zimmerman, anyone?
You're going to support someone who does something against the law. You're encouraging and saying it's okay because he's a certain color. Oh, you've got more melanin than me. Ooh, so you get more in privileges, more entitlement? Because 400 years ago, someone actually sold you to us and we took you over here and put you to work. And then
I don't know one person in this country who has ever said that black people have more privileges and more rights
Did y'all hear what the
than whites.
fuck he said?
And we had a civil war to free your ass.
Ooh.
And now you want to talk shit? Oh, I've been so oppressed. You couldn't even vote 1960. Look how far you've come. Look.
You couldn't vote in 1960.
Y'all hear how the fuck he talking?
I wonder why. I wonder who mandated that.
Pulling me up.
All the free shit we give you.
It's like somebody hitting your car and then being tasked to fix your car, to repair the car, and then tell you, well, you had a big ass dent in your car. If it wasn't for me, it wouldn't have gotten fixed.
You're not oppressed. You're fucking entitled. You know what DEI stands for? Yeah. Means I don't have to be fucking qualified. I just have to be a certain color or a race. Or
okay, so that's it, fam. You see what it is. You see what it is. It is absolutely amazing how people like him can flip. See, if you let them talk long enough, they're telling themselves. They're telling themselves 100% of the time. All you got to do is just let them talk. See, I think what happened last night is that he was on that drink. He was on that drink. Them conservatives have been trying to get him wired up, trying to get him angry. Like, man, you need to be more angry. You need to be more angry. Yeah, man. At one point, the conservatives, those neo-Nazi types, and
And he's right, because they've been wilding in the comments online. But the fact that he went live and said all that shit, not only did he expose the judge, he exposed the DA, he exposed all them people that was standing behind his kid's mother and his son Hunter when they all was so happy that Karmelo was found guilty. For him to come out here and do that live, he just exposed everything that we all been saying about his sons, him, everybody that's back. I'm so glad he displayed this fucking behavior. All that we give y'all. We freed y'all. The fuck you think you talking to, motherfucker? You stupid? And ain't taking no accountability for the fact that what the fuck your son did. Oh yeah, y'all talking about y'all didn't even get the vote back then. Now y'all get the vote and all the stuff we give y'all give us. Motherfucker, we work for what the fuck we have. Y'all give us shit. And see, people like him, and this is not for every white person, because I know a lot of white people that I have grew up with, that I've known all my life, that's nothing to fuck like him. But the ones that's like him boils my fucking skin. And it's sad when kids that come from products of him, people like him, that our kids got to be in fucking school with. And imagine how they kids is talking to our fucking kids. They talking the same way he talking. The same way. And that's just why how his sons was talking to Karmelo.
White nationalists, they was trying to get him fired up and tell him he need to go against them and da-da-da. And he was like, nah, man, we don't need to do all of this. Now all of a sudden, he 100% MAGA. Ooh, yeah.
Hey, anime. Can y'all hear me?
We'll have a Baconator, a
So, after y'all heard everything Austin Metcalf's father said, listen to Charleston White. This is prior where he convinced the Anthonys to believe in the white jurors, believe in white lawyers. And then you're going to hear where now he's flipping again, saying he ain't supporting the Anthonys. So I'm thinking to myself, since Austin's dad called you out and called you crackheads and everything else, is this why you now flipping on the Anthonys and everything else? Make it make sense. Y'all all doing this for clout? Like he said, this man is using his own son's death to basically make some coins. So when he gonna start going live on a platform and to me, you're really pushing like he's trying to start some type of race altercation, because there's a whole lot of them that's like him. That's all in these comments on Facebook, on Instagram, on Twitter. That's the way he is talking. And now they really fired up that he done went live and did that live. But then you got shout out to the white folks who've been calling them out though about that live. Like, damn, we were supporting you and your family and you came out here and embarrassed us like that? Are you crazy? You came out here talking about we sold y'all and then gave y'all back. Oh, y'all out here with 8 kids and on food stamps. Like, huh? Tell them how y'all really feel. And then you got the DA and the judge and everybody backing y'all with your mouth you got. So imagine the conversations y'all having when we ain't around. But people want to say to me, racism is no such thing. Huh?
Supposed to object to every time they mention a knife for it to be on record. It wasn't a knife. It was a multi-fashional tool. That the state of Texas, listen, because if it was a knife, he would have 15 or 20 more years for bringing a weapon to school.
I don't went against my own people trying to convince black people, white people is good, homie. But all white people ain't bad. Why? I ain't never met a bunch of bad white people.
Again.
So when I saw all white jury, I called you and told you to have no fear. White people ain't that bad. I had faith in that all white jury, didn't I? Didn't I? Man, listen, I feel horrible because I tried to strengthen your faith with my faith in white people, homie. I told you, man, that white jury go do right by us. I told you that, homie, and I believed it. I feel foolish. I feel stupid for even calling you, trying to make you believe what I believe. Because I really believe that, fam.
What money?
Nigga, I don't went against my own people trying to convince black people, white people is good, homie.
That man
only to look like a fool in such a case. It's hard to defend. It's hard to defend what we see, homie. When they defend the Chinese man, George Floyd laid on the ground, homie, and didn't flinch. And white people had no compassion for him. So why would I expect them to have compassion for a kid who has epilepsy, like an autistic kid? This kid has saved more children's lives as a kid unintentionally than he ever thrown a punch
They
and had a
said
fight.
this is the judge in the family.
All right, now that y'all can hear some of the conversation, I will try to find more clips and add it to another video once he
And look
speaks
how
again,
this
because I already
son
know
look
he gonna say some more shit about it because too many
during the
people
press
coming at him and he wants people
like
to know
a bully.
what the hell going on
He looks
in
like
these
a bully.
situations. But he apologized to the father, and I'm gonna show y'all that clip right here where he just basically said that he's sorry and shit like that to the Metcalf family. Here it is right here.
Here we go.
Get exclusive Mortal Kombat 2
and he
wallpapers
apologized, and
for
then he
your
want to ditch the
PC
black family
with
again. After telling the world he gonna give him
To the
$70,000.
Metcalf parents, if I have said anything that hurts you, I ask for your forgiveness. Forgive me. I was in my feelings, I was in my emotions, and I was in my own ideology at that moment.
Look, coaching.
And with that being said, I want to talk to the father, not the mother. When I look at this situation, the absence of the mother in front of the camera lets me know that's a grieving mother. And I want to tell you, Mr. Metcalf, I have no quarrels with you, sir. I initially agreed with you, as I do still agree with you. I did my best. I did my best. I heard you say it, and I made a call without hearing you say it. This is not about race. You have every right to be angry. You have every right to hate. And I'm telling black people, nobody have a right to be mad at you. You don't have a right to be mad at those parents. If we take us out of it and put those two kids back of it because we lost two children, we're arguing. We brought race into it. Black people introduced it. White people accepted it. From start to now, I've been trying to reject it. Why? It takes the focus off both children.
Now, it's another video that I'm gonna play at the end of this one where he was just talking about the case and how he felt about it and things like that. But you know, hey, any way that anybody feels about this situation, that's hey, y'all grown, we all grown, we can do what the hell we want to do, say what we want to say, and think how we want to think. It's just something that he's just not willing to be a part of anymore as of now. So what can you do? What can you say? Hell, if you really in full support of Karmelo, this shouldn't phase you at all. It shouldn't matter what nobody else does if you are willing to be there for them.
Period.
But
he did it just
you know, it's a couple of more things that I would say about
it wasn't about supporting
the case,
family.
but I'm just gonna put it in video form and shit. I ain't gonna put it just in one video because y'all want more coverage, and I found a lot of videos that a lot of people who are interested in this case may want to see. But let me know your thoughts and opinions on it. Once I find more about it, I'll bring it to y'all. This is more of what Charleston had to say. And yeah, let me know your thoughts and opinions, and I'll come at y'all later with another video.
Off the Karmelo Anthony case, I ain't putting no goddamn money toward that boy. His daddy too goddamn weak for me. I don't like a weak dad ain't willing to die, kill, or go to jail for nothing. That nigga just want some bills paid. Karmelo, my heart go out to you if you ever see this video one day. I'd rather stand with the Jeff Metcalf than I would with Karmelo's daddy. Niggas weak, dark-sided, and conservative. I ain't standing with no weak-ass black man. I'm off the case. I'm sending the money back. Go get them weak-ass nigga Benjamin Crump here. I am removing myself
weak, right?
From the Karmelo Anthony case.
This
I am no longer involved with the family.
But you the same fool. You just went through something with Young Thug, and the first thing you did was ran down to the police district, filed a report talking about you trying to get Thug locked up, and his parole violated and all this that. People like Charleston White and some people want to say, oh, this is the actor. This is the character. Man, this is somebody's son's fucking life, bro. This is the same Charleston White that was on this application sitting up here dragging T.I. kids and the other celebrity guy, kid, I can't remember who it was. But I mean, this man says the most outrageous shit, and people be trying to defend the man and say, oh, that's the Charleston White character, but you gotta meet him in person. He this cool guy. That's bullshit. That's why when somebody seen them one day, they tapped him upside his goddamn head. Everybody ain't playing them games. Yeah, you do your platform for entertainment and all of that, but this is something fucking major, bro. This is major. You went all crazy talking about after Anthony's and all that last year. Then you come back when the trial start. Oh, now you supporting them. No. And that father said that multiple black people got in his ear and told him to get a white attorney. And y'all just heard Charleston White talking about, yeah, man, because I told you to have faith in the white jurors, and I don't know what made me think that. Like, how you go convincing this man? And I'm so upset that there wasn't others who could have got to the Anthonys faster than the fools that got in their ear telling them to believe in the white jurors and get white lawyers. And then you gonna flip on these people as soon as they son get found guilty after you claim you was gonna put up $70,000 for an appellate attorney because you mad because they dealing with the guy Dominique. So y'all grown men is going back and forth, and y'all got issues back and forth with each other, black men, and y'all wonder why Jeff Metcalf got all this to say about our black men, our black women, black kids. Because we can't even fucking get along. We can't even get along. Soon as you can, you flip on a family and you talking about the father is weak. You go make a video and say this in front of them. Oh, yeah, he ain't willing to stab, fight, kill, go to jail. Now, what do you mean? His father is trying to handle this in a way where, like he said, he listened to everything the courts told him to do because that's their favorite thing. Oh, they don't follow directions. Oh, all they gonna do is flip out. And this is what they were trying to antagonize people down at the court. I talked to two people that was on the ground, and they held their composure through the whole trial, and they said that it was so many of them down there trying to antagonize them to fight, to crash out, to try to they was getting in their faces. They was calling them all type of different things. So many bloggers was down there going through it. But shout out to the ones that held it down and didn't flip out. Some people down there did go to jail. But y'all wonder why they come and think that they can disrespect us, attack us, say what they want out their mouth to us when they see that we disrespecting our own people. You really could have kept what you wanted to say to yourself. You went live to say that this black father was weak. And he already said his daughter, his other kids, they're watching the shit that's all online. And now you add to the stuff that they putting up to call this father weak. Like you giving the Metcalfs and the people like him the one up to let them know, oh, yeah, that father ain't about nothing. He weak. Like, I can't with people like Charleston White. And there's a lot of them like him. Oh, the father weak. He ain't ready to fight, kill, or murder nobody about his son. He weak. But then it's the same Charleston White that runs to the same crooked ass system and be trying to get his own people locked up. Same thing in this Rkelly sector. People claiming they fighting for Rkelly rights being violated, this, that, and the third. But then they go to the same broken system and the same prosecutors that tried to get Robert life and go try and use these same individuals to put another black man in jail, another black woman in jail. It don't matter if it's men, women. You claim you fighting for this, but you're going to use the same system because people don't like what you're saying online, or because people don't agree with what you're saying online. Or I'm going to get you locked up. Or I'm going to call the feds and tell them you're doing it and you're terrorists. And I'm like, are you crazy? And people's hands ain't clean. I have watched since 2019 several Men doxing this person, doxing that person, posting this person family, posting that person family. So to sit up here and try to make it seem like one person did all these things and the other person ain't, no. All their hands is dirty. But the fact that you're trying to use the same individuals that were putting a whole case on Robert, and if they could get anybody to add co-defendants to Robert's case to make a RICO, because individuals don't agree with you, or because individuals don't agree that you the sisters, or you the cousin, or you the brother, or you the aunt, whatever, you gonna go call the same prosecutors that prosecuted Robert. Oh, now here you go. Here go some people that claim, you know, they supporters, but I want you to put them in jail too. Make it make sense. Like, where did these type of men come from? Because the crazy part is them same prosecutors, that same system that you playing with, trying to throw another black person in there, they'll turn that corner and throw your ass right in there. So you giving them information, you giving up people and bragging about putting black men and women in to try to put them in federal custody, state custody, whatever. The system ain't working for Robert. What the hell make you think it's going to work for you? Oh, when you want it to work for you, when you want to use it to put somebody else in there, or false charges and false reports. The same prosecution that prosecuted Robert. What you think, they're going to help you with Robert later? What you think that they're going to come forward and say, oh, we dropped the charges again? Like, what do you think? That's why I can't deal with it. I can't. And to see that it's grown men out here moving that way is sick to me. It's sick. Sick. So for Charleston White to sit up here talking about, oh, the Anthony father, he ain't tough, and he ain't, huh? You one of the main dudes that's always running to the police. Just was trying to get Young Thug locked up about a month ago. Trying to violate the man parole because y'all had some type of incident down in LA. And you was mad that he wasn't kissing your ass and you was trying to clout Chase. It's sick. And the fact that we got supposed to be our black brothers and sisters that'll bow down to those people in a second over us and sell us out. All because they don't get their way, or all because somebody don't agree with them. Stay far the fuck away from me and mines. Because I ain't playing about mines. Period. And they think the same system won't turn around and lock their asses up. I ain't never see grown men, grown women bragging about trying to get they so-called black brothers and sisters in the same system that they out here claiming they protested for Rkelly, for Karmelo Anthony, for George Floyd, but will use the same system to try to toss somebody in jail or in prison. They far fuck away from me and mine. That's all I'm gonna say. Stay far the fuck away from me and mine.
And here's why. I was starting to feel like I was being used for my influence and my connections and resources. When I tell you we raised over $1 million one day, privately,
quietly.
Lied.
They wanted to start another GoFundMe. I
Lied.
said, no, I'm not doing a GoFundMe. They wanted to know after we pay for the pill.
Look
Now he
here.
raised over
This
$1
isn't
million
just an ordinary
quietly.
denture, but the globally popular flexible smart custom denture kit. It's incredibly easy to use. Just soak it in hot water for 1 minute. It instantly activates.
With the money.
And if he felt that way about the father, Karmelo Anthony is 19. He had to deal with the father. He could have talked to Candace Matthews. She's one of the activists fighting for him. Or he could have just put the money straight to Karmelo Anthony for defense. He had to deal with the father. If you really was in fighting for Karmelo Anthony, that's bullshit. All this was for clout. And when he get his motherfucking check, the 21st, when all the social media checks come out, he gonna have a little extra bread this month because his views went up because they all was using Karmelo Anthony. So a lot of them that was using them saying that, oh, they gonna be there for the family and all this. Yeah, this month they're gonna have a little bigger check because their views went up this week and last week and all during the trial. Sick. And these is grown fucking men and women. And some of these folks is grandparents and parents. Huh? And we supposed to be setting examples for our youth? The next generation? When you got grown men and women chasing clout, want to be relevant because they ain't never get real attention in their life. They get on social media, they become a whole alter ego, something that they not in their real life. So they could come on here and tell strangers they did this in their life. They was that they had this in their life, and they this person, and they ain't none of that. They could come online and be something they never was ever. They could come online and get attention that they never got ever. You can just tell off their actions. They get a little bit of numbers, a little bit of views. They go crazy. Like, leave that. Be a role model to them if you're going to use your platform. Use your platform for something good to spread awareness. Like Robert said, there's a lot of young girls out here that's being great, that's being kidnapped every day. Look at all of the young girls we lost in the past 3 to 4 years that nobody was paying attention to because they were so focused on the celebrities and Diddy's and the Rkellys and everything else, that the young girls that needed the Me Too movements and the Dream Hamptons and Tawana Burks, they weren't there because they so focused on the groupies who was of age chasing celebrity men and then turn around and claiming they were victims. And the real young girls, 13 and 14-year-old that needed the platforms, that need the parents needed help looking for them. By the time they find them a year later, a year and a half later, they're unalived. I ain't seen none of these females that claimed that they was going to be fighting for young girls and abuse and everything, that claimed they was victims of Rkelly. None of them posted. None of these young girls that just died recently. None of them. That fake ass father, Angelo, his whole platform supposed to be, oh, he fighting for so many victims and boys, girls. What happened to his company? Why I ain't see him in his company and his daughter using their platforms when it was time and everybody was looking for Nizaya and Celeste. 13 years old, both of them dead. Lifetime. Why they ain't use their big ass platform?
money go to them. No. The extra money don't go back to you. It goes back to the people who gave it. It don't go to nothing else. The money is for the appeal. His daddy in the way. I don't like weak. I hate weak men. I'd rather stand with a strong daddy
He's
like
mad
that
because
Melchizedek
the
man
daddy
than a
deals
black
with
weak father
Dominique.
trying to play victim.
And him and
Now,
Dominique
nigga, your
are
son
beefing
still
over
living.
a
Hug
freaking
him,
woman.
send him some books to read. I got the money. Let's start to work on the appeal. Anything else don't make sense. Nigga, what's wrong with you? And I'm telling the nigga, say, homie, everybody believe you playing for the money, nigga. And I'm starting to believe you using me for it. You want to get the money, but then disassociate yourself from me? Nigga, I'm here for that boy. I'm here for your son, nigga. And if this money don't go directly to your son's appeal, you don't get this money. We sent it back. But we're right. And if we doing an appeal, the money goes to appeal, not house bills.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Not house bills.
And let's stop right there, boys and girls. Stop right there. They had me to believe, based on Sarah and all my Republican friends and the white media, and even some black people, they had me to believe that Karmelo Anthony woke up that morning and took a knife to school with the intention on defending himself from a bully. If that was the case, he's dead wrong, and that's what I believe. So I was adamant about, no, he took a knife to school. That's premeditated. You cannot be in fear and in danger and not tell nobody and take a weapon with the anticipation of hurting. You can't do that. You surely can't do it to a school. And I'm going to tell you one of the reasons how you can prove he didn't bring a knife to school. They didn't charge him with a weapon. They would have stacked those charges on him had he brought the knife to school. And the police did not charge him with having a weapon on school grounds, which is a federal law and a state law. They would stack that on top of the murder rather than enhancing the charges. Come on, Sarah, I went to Texas Wesleyan now. Dr. Greg Goulion and Dr. Linton. I made the dean's list now. This is documented. I made the dean's list. I was going to law school before I started my youth organization, creating youth programs and curriculums to help teach inside the Texas Juvenile Justice Department. And by the way, Sarah, I used to also teach and train the United States Department of Homeland Security Human Trafficking Division at Eastfield Police Training Academy by way of Special Agent Keith Owens, who now is an adjunct professor at UTA. I used to teach that for the Homeland Security. It's all documented, but it's not about me. It's not about me, Sarah. It's not about me. So listen to me. So they didn't charge him with the weapon. So the gorilla in the line have scared this sheep. He's looking at the baboon for help. The baboon is afraid of these guys. All the monkeys and all the animals in this jungle is afraid of this silverback gorilla in this line. You know why? Because they are experts in trained jujitsu. They come to school high on fentanyl. This is white people's George Floyd, by the way. Austin Metcalf is white people's George Floyd. He really died of a fentanyl overdose because the autopsy said he had fentanyl in his system. Steroid use. He was just cycling off because he's off of football, but during football season, Austin is steroiding up, buddies. His dad said they excelled in every sport. So with their physical abilities and capabilities and strength, based on what they teach you in the license to carry classes, the CHL gun classes, anybody bigger than you, you can boom, 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 boom. Body size is a form of a weapon under the law. They were two extremely big guys who were, nigga, go in the bedroom with your sister and your girl then. There are two bigger guys who are trained and skilled in mixed martial arts jiu-jitsu that can severely hurt you and you. Steroids, fentanyl, anger issues, abusive dad, You bring that trauma to school with you. You take it out on the football field, but you have a reputation of bullying people from, I think, about the 4th grade, these Austin twin brothers. So you can't just fight one. You have to fight two. That's why this is a package deal. So 2 men approach you, bigger than size. You mean to tell me you don't have the right to defend yourself? This is a George Floyd. The autopsy said he has fentanyl in the system. So another lie that they said, he brought the knife to school. He didn't have a knife. He had a Boy Scouts. He had a Boy Scouts aid tool. Well, what's on that tool? They have 12 different components. You lift this one up, it may be a bottle opener. You lift this one up, it may be a screwdriver. And they're about this small. They're smaller than 3 inches. It was so small, you don't even see it when they take the picture next to the body because it laid next to the body right by the backpack. Sarah fails. Oh, they didn't know a nigga can do due diligence works like this. Oh, they didn't know what nigga can do with due diligence. I went to Texas Western. They taught me how to research. They taught me how to go into the library databases and pull up other articles and things like that and go get the court pay. I know how to do what you do, Sarah. I just play an ignorant nigga online because it pays much more than what you make. I get 10,000, so I pay a crazy nigga online. Then I come offline and be a great dad. See, my daughter just walked by right there. So my daughter just graduated high school last year. She's waiting to go to college. So while she's waiting to go to college, I put her in Paul Mitchell Beauty School. She just graduated that the other day. So while she waits.
Okay.
Fuck.
Okay. Y'all gonna hear Jeff Metcalf talk about Dominique, who I'm talking about, the one who's in charge of the Next Generation organization. I'm trying to find a video where he spoke a few times at the trial and where he talks about putting up the $10,000 for the appeal.
All right, boys and girls. I could probably sit here and talk for another 2 weeks, but we're not going to do that. I will mention one other topic before I get with.
And let's be real, we know that since Jeff Metcalf has went live, you see all the supporters that was all attacking and putting out racist comments all throughout social media. Now he got a fan base. That's all they wanted. Like Willie D said, they was hyping him up. Please speak out. Please go loud. Please speak out. Speak out. So now, like Willie D said, this man's going to use his son's death to make some coins. He's going to keep it going. That ain't going to be the only live he do. Once he see he can get monetized and he can make... No, he's going to keep going. Because it's the reason why they were living with mommy and daddy walked off and mommy wasn't too a fan of them being over their dads and they wasn't that much of a fan of being their dads. So he talking about having 8 kids and having to be on welfare and everything else. Don't look like his money was doing too great. But now he's going to use his son to bring money in. And he's going to have all the followers and support from the people that's just like him. That was putting up Karmelo Anthony with ropes on his neck. And I just can't for the life of me understand how the YouTube AI bots and the Facebook bots and how they're letting people post them type of pictures and they don't automatically see it and flag it down. But as soon as we put up a certain thing in our lives, or if you make a certain comment on Instagram, they quick to tell you, oh no, you got to edit your comment because some way is violating our God. I mean, you can't even say sometimes the word ass. And they'll say, oh, edit your comment because looks like the language you're using, you can't post this comment. So how is these racist comments passing to the point that they're able to write the comment and post, and the comment is still able to sit on people's posts without the AI bots noticing it? That's what I don't get. So best believe he's about to probably keep going live on his YouTube, on the YouTube. He already got the Instagram and he already got the Facebook. Watch what I say. And now he claims he don't got the gag order on him. The trial is over, so he can say whatever he wants. And see, this is why they didn't want Karmelo Anthony talking, even though he had support and supporters, because they felt like they didn't want him to start speaking out and then it start a riot or some type of race thing and everything. Well, what they think that this man is doing? You got justice, what you claiming that y'all got your justice. So why come out here and do all of that? Move on with your lives. The Anthonys is who's hurting. You claim y'all got justice. So why come out here and attack women who getting food stamps and talking about y'all sold us and then y'all gave us back, and look at all the stuff that y'all give us. And if you want to be on the jury, don't be a dumbass and answer the questions wrong. I'm going to post Karmelo's information again. If you want to write letters to him, email him, send him any cards, or if you simply want to donate to his commissary, you could do it through JPay, Securus, or through the platform Access. All you have to do is put his first and last name in with his jail ID number, and it'll pull him right up. If you can, and also the parents have requested, and the two individuals that I've been speaking with that's close to the parents also asking if people could continue to send books. Books. Did I say JPay too? Yeah, JPay, Securus, that's this one, and the app Access. So I'll make sure I put this back up. And it's two numbers. One is a TTSD, and I believe the one at the top is a jail ID number. But to be safe, screenshot both, because he's a new inmate number. He's never been arrested ever. And I think the inmate numbers start with like 6 and 9 or 8. But since he's young and this is his first time with a jail ID, I think that's why it's starting with the 0. So I don't know if it's the top one and the bottom, but just to be safe, because when I typed it in on Secure, I typed in both. So I don't want nobody to send them a card or a letter and you just put the one number in and it comes back. So just take both numbers down, his first and last name. And I also said if you have any resources to help the family, my email is in my description on the channel and going across the ticker, and all of my descriptions on my lives and videos. And I'll forward you to the individuals to get to speak to who you need to talk to if you do want to help the family or got any good information for the family or anything to help Karmelo and his family. And I'll go through this after these next things I'll share in the morning when I go back live. Once I come back from doing these last errands I have to do with my daughter, then we'll go over this the police report, and then the reporter reports from Robert's ex-attorneys. I think that was the last two things. Yeah. Yeah, so I have the whole police report. Ah, boy. So let's get back to this. Okay, real quick, we're gonna take a no, give me 1 second to take the commercial break, and I'll be right back. And shout out to everybody that hit the like button, and I didn't have to ask. I truly appreciate it. And shout out to everybody who dropped down in the chat and was engaging in the chat, because now YouTube got the thing with the engagement, and I think y'all can see it through the chat where it shows you like if you're the top fan, and it got the XP points, which if you do have a platform and you monetize, it helps. And it also helps the content creators know who's the top individuals in their chat that's engaging supporters.
know I'm talking too much and going all, but scrambling, I guess. But God bless these people. But this is not right. It's not justice. And I'm only talking because I feel like I'm buried alive. But the good news is that I'm alive, so I'm kicking. And I don't give a damn who dig me up at this point. Because I am literally racing against my health now. Not just racing against... All right, man,
Okay.
End by saying, real quick on Lifetime, as far as Lifetime is concerned, there are real people, real women out here really being abused, really missing. They're really missing. They're really chained up in basements. I've been in here 4 years. I haven't seen one person that was ever chained up in a basement come forward for anything. But I tell you one thing, before Lifetime came out, I was minding my business. I was in the studio. I was working with celebrities. I had tours. But when Lifetime came out, all of that went away. Meaning, before Lifetime came out, I had no charges pending against me. Nobody had went to a radio station or had went to, a police station. It took a year to put together Lifetime. If all of the things they said I did on Lifetime were true, it only take a minute to go to a police station. But when there's a crime committed, you don't go make a movie on it. You go to the police station. Nobody had done that. There was no feds or cops swarming my house and arresting me. There were no charges brought against me. If all these things, man, they done took me out there worse than Lucifer. I'm not that person, bro. I don't give a damn what nobody say. I'm not that person. And people who have common sense know that. And they don't have to be my fans. It's people that's not even my fans that knows that. I'm done, man. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate your ears, nothing else. I'm going to be honest, I didn't feel comfortable. But I'm kicking. Look.
It's Storm Show. It's Storm Show.
Forget that. The fourth thing is I want you to see, bro.
Okay.
Whoever's putting a song saying I'm putting an album out called I Admit It. Anytime something like that reaches the news, right? Man, it's like somebody wants people to see I put out. It took a year to put together Lifetime. If all of the things they said I did on Lifetime were true, it only take a minute to go to a police station. But when there's a crime committed, you don't go make a movie on it. You go to the police station. Nobody had done that. There was no feds or cops swarming my house and arresting me. There were no charges brought against me. If all these things, man, they done took me out there worse than Lucifer. Not that person, bro. I don't give a damn what nobody say. I'm not that person. And people who have common sense know that. And they don't have to be my fans. It's people that's not even my fans that knows that. I'm done, man. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate your ears, nothing else. I'm going to be honest, I didn't feel comfortable. But I'm kicking. Look.
It's Storm Show. It's Storm Show.
Forget that. The fourth thing is I something like that reaches the news,
Right.
man, it's like somebody wants people to see I put out an album called I Admit It. It's not about the album. It's about the saying I admit it.
It's a storm show. It's a storm show.
Right.
With my damn appeal coming up.
Right. Right.
See through the bullshit is what I'm saying.
Right.
You understand? That's what it's about, man. See, what do Fox News care about promoting my album?
Hey, this is what I do almost every weekend, shopping real estate. You're probably not going to start with that.
Bro, it is viral. I got 20 calls today. It went viral. It's everywhere.
I already know that. But what I'm saying is, you got to see why it's viral.
Right.
It's not about the album. It's about who puts out a
Right.
So somebody wanted that to come out at this particular time.
Right.
It's a very convenient time, and it's not a coincidence that some dumb shit like that will come out, man.
I agree.
It's a storm show. It's a storm show.
Now, Bonjean did go to TMZ quoted Bonjean saying that she's going to track it down and that you did not put it out. So that's also went viral. Her statement went viral. It was everywhere, saying it's not him. It's not my client. It's not Robert. You know, but I understand what you're saying, that is strategically done.
Exactly, is what I'm saying, bro. Because, you know, even I'm looking at the songs on there, man, nobody would put that. Nobody would put them songs. Them songs is 20, 15, 30 years old.
Oh, I got you.
So who would put them songs out?
Man.
Done recent stuff like 5 years ago, if they was going to do that.
Right. Well, what do you want me to do? I'm definitely going to speak out against it, but, you know, I know you can't instruct people what to do, but I'm going to spread the word that, you know, you didn't put that shit out.
I don't have to instruct you. Your common sense will instruct you.
Right.
I just told you what I told you. It ain't about instructing no damn body. It's about telling what the truth is. I mean, I didn't put the album out. Period.
Right.
It's a storm show. It's a storm show.
You can't get in trouble for telling the goddamn truth.
Right.
I didn't put no album out. I wouldn't put no album out. You know, and if I did, it definitely wouldn't be called I Admit It.
Right.
You know, I'm just saying.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly.
So sometimes people got to see through the bullshit. You know, it's like, why at this time with my appeal coming up and everything, and, you know, why the hell I want to put out something like that?
Exactly, bro. Exactly. Well,
that'll get people going, you know, it's all good. I'm just letting you know, bro.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you said. Now I see the clear pictures, like you said, that I admit part. Yeah, I get it now. You feel me? And yeah, you know, there has to be, you know, bro, like I said, man, don't get frustrated. I know how you feel. I know. But just don't get frustrated. You know what I'm saying? She's already put the fire out by saying you didn't put it out. You know what I mean? And that's just the games that they play, which I'm explaining to the president.
Yeah, but see, the damage is done, though.
Right.
You know, I understand she put it out, and that's great. But what I'm trying to show you is that they don't care about it. They don't care about it being put out because people already saw the title in the fire.
Yeah, you're right.
See, the damage is done, so they're not concerned about it being put out. They already know the fire was gonna be put out.
Right.
You know.
Right.
But it's the fact that they put it out there and it's false.
That's right.
And now it's the talk of the town, and the talk of the town going around, and the deal is coming up, and you got a song out called I Admit. Why would he put a song out in an album out called I Admit?
Absolutely, you're right.
At a time like this, and that's very sarcastic of him to do that, and this, that, it starts that kind of shit.
Right, bro. I know, brother. I know.
So, all right, man. As long as you know.
Okay, brother. Listen, man. Okay, thank you so much, baby boy. Listen, hang tough. You know what's up? All right?
Hang tough, bro.
All right, love you, Rob. Keep doing what you're doing. All right, hang tough, baby.
All right, boy.
All right, bet.
It's a storm show. It's a storm show.
Storm chasers, we alive. We alive. Y'all gonna come on in here. It's about what, 80, 85 of y'all.
Will now walk free. Philadelphia's district attorney said today that all three men have been exonerated now following a re-examination of the evidence. The DA says that new look revealed a case that was built on a flawed foundation. Action News's John Paul live at the Criminal Justice Center tonight. John, we understand those three men just walked out of jail tonight.
Yeah, Brian, two of the three men walked free in the last 10 minutes. They were being housed up at SCI Phoenix in Skippack. I've been told they were just released, but we are still waiting on that third person. There seems to be maybe a miscommunication going on right now. That's happening in Chester. But right here where I'm standing, the district attorney was here earlier today to talk with the judge. During this case, the judge sided and said, hey, these three men should be exonerated because this trial was flawed.
I'm saying they were robbed of a fair trial, and their conviction has no integrity.
After nearly 30 years behind bars, these three men will walk free tonight after their murder convictions were thrown out in court. Today, District Attorney Larry Krasner spoke outside the Criminal Justice Center after a judge granted the exonerations of Karmelo Schuler, Rashid Smith, and Mark Brittingham.
You cannot keep people in jail forever who were robbed of a fair trial.
They were convicted in the murder of 73-year-old Essie Mae Thomas on North Judson Street in North Philadelphia in 1997. She was found beaten and stabbed to death in her apartment. The three men were sentenced to life in prison. But the case hinged on two things: the time of death and an eyewitness, and Krasner says both were flawed.
The only witness in the case who actually put these men close to this woman who was murdered is a known liar.
The DA's office says the time of death was incorrect. They secured experts who say it was at least a day later than what the medical examiner had testified.
That placed the time of death at 24 hours after the trial medical examiner said that she died, and that the sole witness saw these defendants on the victim's porch.
This was a grave injustice. It's a case that was flawed from the start, and it just completely collapsed once we determined that the medical examiner's time of death testimony wasn't reliable.
While these three men will be released, there is no plan to retry them in this case because the DA says there's no evidence. So the murder case of Essie Mae Thomas remains open.
We cannot forget that there's also a family out there now that have had this traumatic event reopened.
Now, Brian, a few more developments here in just the last few minutes. We've just learned that the third man, Mark Brittingham, will not be released until tomorrow. The other two, Karmelo Schuler and Rashid Smith, they were released in the last 10 minutes from SCI Phoenix. But for some reason at SCI Chester, there was a miscommunication, maybe some paperwork mishap. So that will take place tomorrow. Now, one other thing to note is that because of Pennsylvania law, they are not due any compensation for the years they spent in prison. We're live tonight outside the convention.
Will now walk free.
Okay, so remember last week I told you that Rkelly is in jail, you know, shaking in his flip-flops and socks and shit because he don't know what in the fuck he gonna do. That's what he doing right now. Let me tell you. I got some powerful information for y'all tonight regarding this, okay? You know, I got people up there in Cook County. Shout out to my Cook County winos and shit, okay? They work for the government. Anyway, okay. So remember I told y'all Azrael had left? She's gone. Azrael is with her pappy. She's with her daddy, okay? I'm sure y'all probably figured that out, though. That's not rocket science, okay? She's home. And so, but the thing is, like, she is really, hold on for a second. Oh, hold on real quick. Hold on. Hold on. This is some more exclusive information, okay? Who? JUSONLY? Okay, hold on. Okay, so don't be trying to zoom in on my camera. I'm sorry to be getting sidetracked, but I'm trying to get this information together and let these people know that this shit is about to go out. I was trying to call them earlier, so don't act like I had plenty of time to tell them. They just literally text me back and said, okay, so listen. All right, so yes, Azrael is gone, but she's still not gone mentally. You know, when you're with somebody that long, she's with this man since she was 17, and now that he's gone away, you know, she has a lot more time to think. But the other one doesn't have a lot of time to think, because let me tell you, her and R. Kelly be in communication all day. Okay, now right now he ain't got no more minutes on his phone. He can't call her, so they, you know, literally emailing and shit. So let me share some shit with you. Hold on. Okay, put it up. Okay, these are exclusive messages between R. Kelly and Jocelyn. Now, Azrael, this is some really fucked up shit too, because you would think that because these two were holding hands, Azrael and Jocelyn, that they were in communication with everything and how it's going on. But he had them so gone that they didn't even talk to each other. So, like, I'll give you an example. Azrael thought that she was the main one. Now, he tried to marry Azrael before he went to jail, but he just couldn't do it because they got him too quick. So he was going to marry her so that she couldn't in return testify against him. So he didn't get a chance to do that. So Azrael was always his favorite, like I told you. Jocelyn was the one that, you know, he kind of used as a sex pet. She trained everybody, fucked everybody he wanted her to, you know, and everything. And so mentally, even though Azrael is gone, that takes a lot of strength. She's, you know, with her family. You know, she was doing good. You know, she was, you know, you saw her on the Snapchat. A lot of people, if you don't follow her Snapchat or I believe it's Instagram too, you know, she was, you know, tweeting some things and stuff to kind of give. But mentally, okay, so she's been away, but because the way he communicates with them, like Jocelyn knows that she was not number one. But now that Azrael is gone, she's number one. Okay? And I got some information I'm gonna show you in just a second to corroborate this, okay? And so Azrael doesn't know. Well, now she does, okay? Her dad kind of gave her the information that I gave her to let her see for herself, but she's still having a hard time believing it because R. Kelly talked so much shit about Jocelyn. So she can't believe that he loves her. So he calls both of them Cookie, but Azrael didn't know that he called Jocelyn Cookie, and vice versa, because they're not allowed to talk to each other. Does that make sense? So when they're together, even though they're together, they're not talking to each other because each of them have been sworn, like they've made some type of pact with him that they're not allowed, or there will be consequences if they talk to each other. So he's been burning up his minutes trying to communicate to Azrael, but he wasn't really communicating to Jocelyn. He didn't start communicating to Jocelyn until Azrael left and she wasn't coming home. And that's when I told y'all about that. I said, now Jocelyn is now communicating with R. Kelly, and she's been went with her daddy. Okay? And so now that she's home, you know, it's hold on for a second. Now that she's home, I guess her not talking to him, she's starting to miss him. It's just like when you go through any other relationship. And so now she, you know, even though I provided the information to the parents, because I communicate with and his wife, as well as Angelo and his wife. Okay, but Angelo knows a lot of the shit. Tim doesn't. This is real shit. Okay, he knows a lot of the shit before I bring it to him, but some stuff he doesn't, and I give it to him, and he's like, okay. So I got some information between Rkelly and Joycelyn. Okay, these are actual conversations between them. I'm not gonna put it up here because this is considered like somebody's private information or whatever, but you know, my word, trust me. And let me tell you, for those of y'all, I honestly thought that Rkelly could not like read or write, but obviously he can't. Well, no, he can't really read because she's asking him. I'll read it to you. Hold on for a second. Hold on. Let me pull it up. Hold on real quick. Hit the wine glass if y'all having a good time. Hit the goddamn wine glass. Now, I'm not going to read all of them to you because it's really hard to read Rkelly's part. But let me show you what the dynamic is like and how he's talking to them. But like I said, they don't talk to each other, Joycelyn and Azrael. So for Azrael to find out that he was calling Joycelyn the same names, even though they call him daddy, both of them, but he doesn't talk. I mean, it's really fucked up. Hold on. Okay. All right, so let me get my little glasses on. Hope y'all ready. Exclusive here on Unwind with Tasha K. Robert Sylvester Kelly, 11/11/2019, 7:34:29 p.m. wrote hi, but he spelled hi, H-A-I. How are you? Now he's typing, okay? And then Joycelyn comes back and says, hey, daddy, I'm doing good. I really need you to call me as soon as possible. He read that. Then she says, daddy, also, how are you feeling? Are you okay? And then she goes and says, okay, I love you so freaking much as well, because I'm going to read his messages in a minute. Just know that I need for you to read my letters this week with the lawyer. I need to get your response back on that letter ASAP. So she's sending him a letter because they're monitoring the calls and the emails. But letters, it's too many to come in, so they don't have a chance to read them all. Even though they'll open them up and make you think that they read them. Hold on for a second. I gotta clean my damn glasses real quick. Hold on. They got foggy. God damn it. Woo! Y'all having a good time? Okay. So then she goes on to say, I hate that she says, I will be waiting tomorrow. And also, we got this, daddy. You mean so much to me, and I am deeply in love with you. I hate that I feel alone with you, not being right here by my side. Beside me, but no, we are strong. We got this, and nobody can never take away that I have for you. It's too real. I could care less what anybody has to say about you or me because they don't know us. And I'm just going to leave it up to God and not stress over something God has planned. I'm going to stay positive, daddy, and continue to be strong, period. I love you so freaking much, daddy, and please call me as soon as possible. I love you. Good night. So Rkelly writes back, hi, H-A-I, cookie, C-O-O-K-Y. I love you, baby, so freaking much. Whew, it's so hard to read it. Thank for being strong, no matter what. Baby, you and me never part, okay? I was thinking, but he says I was I was thinking about you and me playing basketball together all day today. And what you to know that we will, I don't know what that word is, be strong, Joy. I love you so freaking much. He spelled freaking F-R-K-I-N-G, so freaking much for that, baby. You can always, and he spelled ways, W-H-A-Y-S, email me, and if I can, I will email you back. Just know that it's a 2-hour delay because, and the way he spelled because, oh my God, they ready our emails, but still email and continue to write, and he spelled write, W-R-I-G-T, send letters. That's what he said. Continue to write and send letters. I am sorry, I didn't know. He said this on 11/11/2019 at 10:07. I didn't know you love me this much. I am going to, I don't know, to see her what's going on. You will be visiting me because Azrael was visiting him. Okay? Just hold on. You will be visiting me after this visiting Cookie. Just hang in there, and he spelled hang, H-A-I-N-G. Hang in there for us, and he spelled us, H-U-S, baby. I will be hanging there. I am deep in love with you. Tell me we got this kiss. I love you. Good night. Now, I'm not going to read all his emails. It's too much. It's too fucking much, okay? But let me read another email. Hold on real quick. All right, so this was on 11/14. Joycelyn writes, Daddy, when you see somebody Friday, Zelle Friday, make sure you ask her about the Jeep keys because she has them with her. And how many days do you want me to stay at the hotel because I forgot to ask you? And please see if someone can pick up this letter from me as soon as possible that you trust. Just let me know, Daddy. The budget also has been dropped off as well. I love you so freaking much. Daddy, she can drop off the Jeep keys at the front desk. I'll grab them. I love you so freaking much. Daddy, do you need more money on your books? Please let me know. I freaking love you. Kiss. He wrote back, hey, Cookie. Yes, baby, send me $100 to my books and thank you so much. The way he's, oh, God. I will find out about the Jeep, but go to the garage and check if it's there. What's going to drive it? I don't know. Baby, I love you so freaking much. Drink some tea and honey and lemon juice because she said that she has a cold and she can't really walk. I'm like, bitch, you got pneumonia. That ain't no motherfucking cold, okay? That's pneumonia, bitch, and you need to get that checked out. So he goes on to say, I hope you feel better. Good night. She says, okay, Daddy, I love you so freaking much and we'll put the money on your books today. Also, how many nights do you want me to get the hotel room for? So he's still running shit. This is recent. While he's in jail. Okay? Mm-hmm. Now, I just found out that Azrael has been emailing him too, even though they have, she's left. That's a good thing. But, you know, when you got a prisoner, it's bad. Because let me tell you something. Prisoners, they talk game. They'll make a bitch fall in love and wait 20 years. She won't get no more dick because their words are so good. And he keeps stressing that, I love you, Cookie. I love you so much. And then he said here, thanks, Cookie. I received money. Thanks so much, Cookie. Okay, Daddy, I love you so freaking much and put the money on your books today. I got her phone number. She changed her phone number. Because I was texting. I was like, yo, Joycelyn, you need to call your daddy. Your grandmother's sick. She changed her number and I got that number too. I was like, hey, Joycelyn, no matter how many numbers you get, I'm going to keep texting your ass, okay? Call your nana. She's sick. So, yeah, that's what's going on with R. Kelly. Not Kelly, whatever his goddamn name is. R. Kelly. Nigga running shit from behind the scenes. And yes, he actually has fans, because I'm looking at his books and how much money is being dropped off. He got fans that's donating him money, $20, $40. Hold on, let me get this up. Hold on. Let me see real quick. He got fans that's giving him money. Where's the goddamn, what's the shit? Hold on. I want to read this before we move on to the exclusive wine that me and the Neighborhood Talk are presenting with Ray J and Princess. Hold on. Okay. So, Western Union. I ain't going to say the last name, but it's a fan. Rashawn. Listen, if you watching this, Rashawn, I know y'all little R. Kelly haters, little cult. Watch me and y'all go off and make your videos talking about you're going to murder my baby. Try it, bitch. Anyway. It's the dumbest shit I ever heard. But anyway. No. Hold on. I lost it. No. Hold on. Okay. So, yeah, Rashawn sent him $40. Azrael sends some money. Azrael sends him $2,000. Azrael sent him $1,000 again. Some girl named Heather sent him $20. Another person named Michael sent them $25. Azrael sent them another $2,000. Azrael sent them another $2,000. Oh man, it's so much. I can read this forever. Don't fuck with me. Wino's getting the shit here first. Okay, moving on to Mr. O.
Then I started seeing your videos and then seeing all the text messages you released and all like that. I'm like, damn, Toya got something she want to say. She got a lot she want to talk about. And, you know, if it's, you know, at the end of the day, the reason why I'm really making this private is because maybe at the end of the day, you should turn this information over to, like, the attorneys personally yourself. You know what I mean? Yeah. I don't know. I don't know where you stand at. You might be like, bitch, no, I don't want to be involved with none of that legal shit. Girl, I get it. I get it. For real. But so where do you stand at with things? I'm going to go ahead and let you go ahead and speak your piece.
What you mean as far as the whole situation?
Yeah, what's your status with things, like as far as where I know you said you had messed with Rob a long time ago, or you was dealing with him a long time ago, before Lizette even was in the picture, or after Lizette was in the picture?
No, after. I was after her time.
Okay.
Her second.
You said her second time. Oh, no. You funny.
No, I said I was after her 2 seconds.
Right. You said like she was waiting for like a month or something. Now, look, how about this? I'm going to read this article to you, right? It's not just, I'm just going to read a certain section of it. And it's an article Lizette had put out, I guess, like sometime back in 2018, I think this is where it's from. And it says, Lizette Martinez says her relationship with Robert or R. Kelly began in the winter of 1995 when she was a 17-year-old high school senior who met the star at a Miami shopping mall. She says Rob, then, who was 28, knew she was underage when he took her virginity. The age of consent in Florida is 18, and the relationship continued despite R. Kelly hitting on her on 5 occasions and pressuring her to engage on sexual acts against her will. Martinez says the relationship had ended in early 1999. So, right.
Interesting.
That's what I'm saying. The stories keep switching.
Well,
go ahead, girl. I'm gonna let you speak. Go ahead.
I was about to say, well, according to the personal, I guess, of where she and I were, like, she was quote unquote legal according to state law. So that's one thing that kind of get me when you sitting there saying that you were 17 years old, about to turn 18, or however that worked out, and all of a sudden now you want to be a kid. You was underage and you was being forced. I'm confused about that part. He's not a forceful man like that.
See?
I mean, he's Rkelly for crying out loud. Like, why the fuck are you special that he has to force you?
Right. Right.
I'm just saying.
No, go ahead. Keep on saying it, girl. Keep on saying it. It's all right. It's all right. You know, at the end of the day, you know what they say: what's in the light, what's in the dark will come out in the light, and that's what seems like what's happening right now. It seems like everybody's coming out and speaking a whole different story than what they initially did.
That's the thing that got me. It's like I hear people talk about me and like, oh, she changed her story. Like I saw like a blog that someone sent to me about, oh, his so-called victim changed her story. I never told my story. So exactly how am I changing anything? But I'm looking at the people that's in the forefront, like the L-word girl. She's not worth me mentioning her name. Right. And other people, their story has changed. Like, people change their underwear, at least supposed to.
Girl. And then
you know mind which part y'all want to tell, which one y'all want to talk. Is he a bad guy? Because according to the L-word chick, you was just now telling the man happy birthday and oh my God, this and the third. We've all seen it. Care to explain how I have text messages with saying that you still love him, you still care about him, you want to save him, now all of a sudden he's a monster. I'm confused.
Money changes.
Because the Robert I know isn't a monster.
See? And you know him personally. Like, you've engaged with him personally, right?
Okay, very personal. Very personal. Ooh, very personal.
Girl, dude, he got that thing. It's
Right.
like, let me shut up. He got that big wood. He got that big wood. Let me shut up. Let me calm down. I'm a blogger. So anyways.
Sound like, I heard you right.
Like, look in the camera like, girl, was that thing big? Was it husky? Girl, did you get a mouthful? Let me
beautiful. That's beautiful.
See?
I'm here for this shit. It's beautiful. Listen,
my girl.
That shit made me do some things. It's beautiful. They don't want to admit the fact that the penis was that good that they did some crazy things.
I knew it had to be something. I knew it was more than what meets the eyes.
It's swing a certain way. You know what I'm saying? And make you just do some things.
See?
All right.
Go ahead, girl. See?
I'm just saying.
The truth. That's all. We speaking the truth. That's all. We speaking the truth here. That's all. That's all.
Oh, I'm grown. I was doing grown things when I was younger, but you know, we grown now.
Right.
We can talk about it.
Right, exactly. And you know, and at the end of the day, like some of these females that they're saying is younger, we'll say underage, quote unquote underage. Sometimes a female is mature enough at a young age to make certain decisions. And my thing is, if they are young and they make a decision that they're confused about, eventually these females are growing to be adults, like full-fledged adults, and they still engaging in the situation. And it makes you, all right, wait, so what changed? Because you was an adult back then. All right. Well, now, how come all these several years later, all of a sudden, you're not an adult, or you weren't an adult, or you were taken advantage of because you was young-minded as a young adult? You know what I mean? Like it don't sit with me.
Me speaking for myself, I've always been attracted to older guys. And I always say, and I'm very honest and very humble when I say this, if it wasn't him, it would be someone else. Because that's my choice. That's what I like. Even so to say, you got to be older than me. You got to be like, yay, I ain't age to ride this ride.
Right.
So when it comes down to people that sit there and use that because they can legally, that bothers me.
Right.
A lot. because it was okay for you to do it at the time. You wasn't sitting over there feeling victimized or, you know, like, oh, I was underage. No, just like me, I was grown. I wanted what I wanted, and I got it.
Okay.
So it's kind of, I don't know how, I'm just as confused as the people.
Yeah.
I really am.
Yeah, I feel you. And it's crazy because me as a YouTuber, as a blogger, like I didn't cover the R. Kelly case like this or, you know, get involved. But as I started going through and people like, you know, the fans, they checking me. They like, that is not what's going on, Keish. You need to do more research, goddammit. Don't be talking about all this stuff if you don't know what's going on. And I'm like, whoa, wait, hold up, wait, what don't I know? You know what I mean? I'm fully open and receptive to learn some things. You know what I mean? If I'm telling a half-ass story, please check me and let me know. And they were releasing information on a lot of these females that were of age or their story had completely changed once the money got involved. Once somebody threw up the fact that they could possibly be famous off the situation, then all of a sudden, not even they didn't, we'll leave the word famous out, but that they could get some kind of exposure out of the situation, they kind of jumped to it and was like, oh, all right. And I don't know if you know about this guy, Demetrius Smith, who came out. And he's a hot mess. Girl, yes, Mr. Smith. Yes, that man. Okay, he's girl.
He's a character. He's a character. But he's a nice character sometimes, I guess.
Yeah. And he is flip-flopping around. Like, he's flip-flopping around with his story. Like, his story's changing, it's being consistent. But what he came out and said on one of these YouTubers' platforms was that they didn't expect Rob to be locked up. They didn't expect it to go this far. They didn't expect the docuseries to affect the situations this bad that Rob would be sitting in jail right now up against the alleged charges that he has against him. So some of the females is like backing down a little bit, like, oh my goodness, this wasn't part of the plan. And then some of the females is like, this is the plan. He did it, you know. He's guilty. Go ahead.
It's this whole
Thank you, y'all, for waiting. Okay, I found the other one so we can finish up with this Charleston White fully been exposed, period. So the last person for the receipts to back up everything that I said, that Charleston White flipped on them, and the last video he stated that he was going to put up the 75,000. Then after he flipped the video I just played recently, he said that he raised over $1 million behind the scenes. Well, Miss Selena, which is Karmelo and his family's activist, exposed the mess out of him. And I got the video. So I'm going to finish with Jeff McCaff, and then I'll go to her.
Questions, and that's going to be the Frisco ISD incidents and treatment. First, I will say this. Mike Waltrip, the superintendent who has recently resigned and retired, is the most spineless, coward piece of shit I've ever met in my entire life. This is the same individual who got pressured from Dominique, irrelevant minister, whatever, Alexander, and the Freeman Group, saying that we're going to riot if you don't let him graduate. They folded like a cheap tent to the pressure.
Once again, the Dominique he's talking about is the one that I said allegedly that's got this beef going on with Charleston White, which is why Charleston White was clout chasing, acting like all of a sudden he was for the Anthonys because he wanted to get the Anthonys to stop dealing with Dominique, who is in charge of the Next Generation organization / company. I believe Dominique also did a interview with TMZ. I think he did one with Nick at Night. And then he did an interview in front of the courthouse. From the information I got, that he was genuine. I did see during the trial that a lot of Jet Metcalf's supporters and fans exposed Dominique's prior charges that he had got, which I won't speak about them because they are very a sensitive topic. But y'all can do your research on that part, or if y'all probably already heard about it. So a lot of people think that Charleston White just clout chased this family to get back at Dominique. Allegedly, they supposed to have some beef over a woman. So when the Anthony said that multiple black people that they were dealing with told them to get white attorneys, they didn't say the exact name or the exact people names who told them this. But rumor is that Dominique was one of the people. Dominique has been very vocal saying that he's very close to Karmelo. He looks at him like a nephew, and that his parents are his sister and his brother. So again, that's why allegedly they claim that Charleston White tried to jump into this all of a sudden. But now we see he has jumped out. So this Jeff Daddy, that's who he's talking about.
It went against, I even had a meeting with them, and all he could say was, I followed the law, I followed the law, I followed the law, like a little parrot. No, following the law and doing the right thing is not always the same thing. You hid behind the law because you're too coward. You can't be a man to stand up and do the right thing. I showed you in your handbook, mandatory expulsion, murder, mandatory attendance policy. He didn't go back to school after April 2nd. I don't give a shit if he had the credits. Didn't make the attendance. Shouldn't have been able to graduate. You still gave a murderer a diploma. But yet you didn't respond to my ex-wife's email till after the elections. You waited over 30 days to respond with a callous, incompassionate response that just showed how shallow you were. And then when I got to meet you face to face, you little bald-headed piece of shit, you sat there and looked me in the eye and said, I didn't fold. Well, who did? The buck stops with you. You're the superintendent. Thank God you're no longer here. Everyone thinks you did such great things for Frisco. Really? Then why do we have declining enrollment? Why are we losing funding because of populations and growth displacement? Why are we having people homeschool their kids more? I can tell you, because Frisco ISD is no longer what it used to be. Just like this town is no longer than what it used to be. Now, I'm not here to talk about H-1 visa fraud or different ethnic groups who have decided to invade Frisco. Everyone can live where you want to live. But this complexity of this city.
Anything to drink?
And a Coke.
And a Coke. And a Coke. And a Coke.
Has changed dramatically. And I'm not saying it's for the better. But Frisco ISD, with the video, when they fumbled that whole ordeal, oh, we're not going to let the police have it. We're going to hold on to it because Frisco ISD owns it. But we're going to open it up to let people come in and view it. But you have to sign in. But you can't tape it. And then you screw it up and you let a child pedophile, convicted pedophile, view the video of kids. You let an activist who is blatantly lying and spreading false information about me, my son, and everybody else, you let them look. What? Not only that, I asked him straight up, who was responsible for allowing school property to be used 3 weeks after my son was murdered at the same exact stadium? After fumbling, I said, it's either you or someone else. Who is it? He said, it's me. You made the decision to let a white supremacist hold a rally on the same grounds my son was murdered 3 weeks prior. Everyone thought I was going to jump on board with this jackass Jake Lang. Well, guess what? My friend Bruce Carter, yeah, the big black boy with the cowboy hat on, yeah, my buddy. I said, Bruce, you have to go in my place. The DA says I can't go. So Bruce shows up and says, hey, did you ask Jeff to use his son's image? No, Jeff stands with us. No, he doesn't. Jeff sent me. Bruce calls me, tells me where he's at, tells me what's going on. I had no clue I was on speakerphone at that moment. So I let Mr. Lang speak, gave him his time, talked about I should be upset and lashing out at the black people and all white people should be mad. And here's the feeling, guys. Like I said before, I'm not racist against whites or blacks. So what I tell Mr. Lang after he spoke, he thought I was going to jump on board and we were going to have this big rally. My exact words were this. Mr. Lang, you, my friend, are part of the fucking problem. I don't condone what you do. I am not associated with you. Take my son's name off your website. Do not use his image ever again. I don't support you. Don't ever mention my name. So all the black people went, oh, well, maybe he's not racist. No shit. like I said, if you're an asshole, I don't care. I don't like you. Jake Lane is an asshole. He's a white asshole. Charleston White, he's a black asshole. Jackie Chan, if you don't like him, he's a Chinese asshole. I don't care. It don't matter. Frisco ISD then proceeded to do this. This was the icing on the cake for me. Me and Megan went to the school board, went to the school officiating building, asked for a meeting. They granted it. And all we asked for was to have Austin's name read and give a posthumous diploma to his brother. That's it. No big hoopla, no special stopping, no big banners and signs, no bands, nothing. Read his name, empty seat, give his brother his diploma. That's it. They said no. We'll give you some other options. We can do a private ceremony where it's just y'all. What? The response from one of the women across the table was, well, we've had more than one student die this year. Before I could open my mouth, Mama Bear.
Hi, can I take your order?
Can I get a cheat meal? Totally. 2 tacos. Don't forget the
Sonic Smashers with Ruby Fried.
Let loose and said directly to her, how many of those students were murdered on school property? She couldn't answer. She answered for her. 1, Austin. We left that building. They said, Mr. Waltrip's not in the building at the moment. Okay. Because then they tried to pawn it off. Dr. Mims. Hi, Dr. Mims. Remember me? Sure you do. Because I slid across the emails that were sent to Waltrip. I said, this is why you folded. You're going to look me in the eye right now and tell me you're going to give a diploma to a murderer, but you're not going to give one to my son who was murdered at school under your watch. He said, it's comes from above. I said, the only person above is Mr. Waltrip. I said, I will wait out front until he returns. So I walked out front. I asked the receptionist, please, I need to see Mr. Waltrip as soon as he's available. I'll sit down with Megan. For 20 minutes, we wait. Then his secretary comes down and says, I'm so sorry, Mr. Waltrip's not in the building today. What did he do? Run out and hide? Bullshit. He didn't want to face me again. I don't blame him, because I'd have ripped his ass up, tore him apart, spit him out in small chunks. I told Dr. Mims what I'm going to do.
So y'all just heard him threaten a school employee. He just threatened a school employee. And y'all people still don't think that his sons was bullies? He just basically said that he will put his hands on an employee that worked for the school on a public platform. And he wondered why them people don't want him and his ex-wife up at the school. Why they didn't want to give his son a diploma. But he's going to say, oh, but y'all give a murderer a diploma, but not my son. He wanted the school to give his son that passed away his diploma to his brother. But I'm guessing that the school felt like his son not physically here, so they don't want to just give the diploma to somebody else if they can't physically give it to him. But I don't understand why the school just didn't mail the diploma to the parents. But apparently, the school is tired of them as well. They're tired of them because the dad is an asshole. And now we see why his sons had the reputation that they had. I'm so glad that they took the gag order off this man and let him talk.
When I walk out of here today, I'm going to contact every news reporter I know, every social media influencer, every person who will listen. And I'm going to scorch you and tell them that you denied my son a diploma. Let's talk about 3 weeks earlier. Oh, that's right. You had an elementary teacher who got arrested for taking pictures of little boys. You think Frisco ISD doesn't have egg on his face already? You tripped over this murder case time after time. You can't wipe your face. It's fucking stained. What's the motto? Know every child's name. You're the leaders? I'm supposed to trust you with my kids? I trusted you with my kids, and what'd you do? You didn't have proper security in place. You didn't scan the athletes. How did he get a knife into the track meet? Because you're negligent. That's why. What'd you do afterwards? Oh, change the rules. Oh, shit, we got to do something. Yeah, you done fucked up. What are you going to do now? Resign? Retire? Good move, Mike.
Yes, y'all absolutely right. That's what I said earlier in the live. They wanted to make this big old thing about Austin having good grades and a high GPA, but it came out that no, he didn't. And that he also had a behavior problem and has a record of getting suspended, bullying other students. And that's what I was heard too, that he didn't. I don't think he had all the credits to pass, but I was just saying to get them out the way why they just didn't mail them the diploma. But it looks like he didn't really have all the credits he needed when he passed to actually receive the diploma.
How's your wife, Lisa? You can run. You can never hide. You're a shit stain on Frisco ISD for the past 9 years as superintendent. Despicable coward who folds like a cheap tent under pressure from a piss poor activist nobody who does infomercials about his company. Let me be clear that you're a fucking idiot, Dominique. Let me be clear. You couldn't put two sentences together without Chat GPT. Tiffany Billions. I don't know what kind of glamour shot you steal from other people and put up on your profile, but it don't match to your fucking goddamn water buffalo looking ass when I saw you at the courthouse. Charleston White, you look like a fucking crackhead. Even though you got money, you're the only smart person around. Hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo. Drew, you're just an idiot. If y'all want to talk to me, you know where I am. You never once apologized. You never once said you were sorry. You lied your ass off and tried to tell people you paid to offer to pay for my boy's funeral. You couldn't even offer your hand for a handshake. You're a grifting piece of shit.
Hi, can I take your order?
Can I get a plate of half chow mein, half super greens, orange chicken, and kung pao?
Beef and cheddar salad.
Your character says it all. I don't have to say a damn word. Your actions speak for themselves. You and your little faggot bow tie? What the hell is that, dude? Maybe you and Chris.
Wow. I wonder is the LGBTQIA community going to speak up on that? He just called the man a yagget because he wears a bow tie. So I wonder how he feels about other men that wears bow ties, that they're yaggots. Isn't that a slur against gay men? And the person he's calling a yagget isn't even gay. So this is a parent. And then this is a person that's claiming that him and his ex-wife are Christians. Christians, church community, I ain't talking to all of y'all, but the ones who go to church with him. This how y'all speak at your church? This is how a father speaks, even though losing a son. This is how you represent your children, your family. This is disgusting.
King or butt buddies. Like y'all swap ties and shit. I don't know. He lives in Washington and he's lived here in Plano. He thinks he's some intelligent dude. Really? A 1989 Saab. Oh, I'm fucking impressed. Ooh. Look at me. I talk to my shit all day long. You put it on people so they can see me. I think you have some serious insecurities, bro. I'm a lawyer. Who gives a fuck? You're not a very good one. Oh, I've done this. I've done that. You have to brag on yourself? You have to blow your own fucking horn? Really? You're not a man, dude. You just want attention. Maybe your parents didn't give you love when you were little. I don't know. I don't know the way you are. Why? I can't explain it. And you know why? I don't give a shit. You're nothing to me. But yet, what'd you come up with the word? Metcalfians. I live in your head every day because you talk about me every day. Dude, thank you. I'm so flattered that you think about me. But I'm not your type. Sorry. I figure in a couple months you'll move on to the next hot topic. Or you'll have some legal crusade you can join, maybe, or lead possibly in your 89 South. And the only thing about you is I like your dog. That's about it. In your house, dude, I'm not one to judge, but you don't live in some sprawling mansion. Really? Clean your house. You look like a fucking hoarder. Better yet, once you have Tiffany move in and y'all could live together and do a podcast, that would be fun. Stay out of my life. I'm not inviting you in. Go find somebody, go kick rocks in somebody else's backyard. Because if you come in my backyard, you won't be kicking rocks. I promise. To all the people that still want to come fuck with me, go ahead. I'm here. Guess what? I've taken every single blow you have given. And guess what? I'm still standing. I'm still here. All you irrelevant pieces of shit are going to dissipate. Like a piece of shit in my toilet. When I flush it, it just goes away. The same way, dude. You're all going to go away. Because guess what? Guess what? You can't make no more money. He's guilty. No more TikToks and debating. Oh my God, Mr. Metcalf is this. He did this. Oh my God, look, Karmelo's a little baby. He's innocent. No, he's fucking guilty. He's going to prison. Yay! Am I supposed to be excited? Guess what? I'm not. Because I don't promote and I don't accept. I feel sorry for that young man. He's fixing to live a living hell. Not that he doesn't deserve it. Yes, he does. But I'm human. And I'm sorry. I don't wish harm or ill will on anyone. It's not the Christian thing to do, man. It's not the way I was raised. It's not what I was taught. I don't know if it's right or wrong. I just know it is what it is. You be you, I'll be me. You stay in your lane, I stay in mine. I respect you, you respect me. We get along. We don't fight. We don't stab each other in the heart. If we have a disagreement, you know what? We can use words. And also, we can agree to disagree, and that's okay. But what's not okay is when you lose control and you do something that you can't take back. And now you're responsible. Let's open up for some questions, guys.
What can I get you to drink?
And a Coke.
And a Coke!
And a Coke.
And a Coke.
Okay. I know you've been under the gag order for the past year, and I really hope that this was some sort of release for you. 100% that's what this was for.
I'll be honest, I'll be honest, it's very therapeutic. I will apologize for the colorful language. I try to refrain from that, but this is the first time in over a year that I'm able to speak. And I feel like the muzzle has been taken off, and I'm a racehorse at the Kentucky Derby in the gates, just waiting for it to open. And, you know, if I offended somebody tonight, I'm sorry, but get over it.
Thank you, Jeff. You certainly didn't offend me at any point. You have every right to say whatever you want to say. The first question I'm going to ask you, and this is a question that a lot of people have been asking me too, it's one of the biggest ones floating around, is do you plan on filing a civil suit?
To be honest, I can answer that question honestly. I do not know at this time what I'm going to do in the future. I was so focused on just getting through the trial. That was the biggest hurdle and the most weight on my shoulders and the most anxiety. So I really wasn't planning that far ahead. Is it an option? Yeah, I'll explore it. Is it worth my time? I don't know yet. Because realistically, I want to move on. I don't want to keep dragging things out. And if they spend all the money, there's nothing to get anyway. So I really don't care. Money's not going to bring my son back. Going after them, even if I bankrupt them or whatever, it's not going to bring my son back. And you have to learn forgiveness. And God's going to take care of the rest. Next question.
Okay, next question. And real quick for people who are requesting, if I don't know you, we're not accepting any requests. So if you want to ask a question, please ask in the purple pill. Or if you're on Rumble, obviously ask on Rumble. Next question is, they want you to talk about the swattings.
Oh my goodness, the swatting. Yeah. So the first time, first of all, there was a total of 6 for me and twice for Megan. The first time it happened to me, I was exiting physical therapy, which is only about 8 minutes from my house. I get to my car or my truck and I look down and I see my phone. It has 44 missed calls and 10 messages. My physical therapy only lasts for an hour. So I look down, I'm like, what in the world's going on? My phone rings. It's my son, Hunter. Dad, yeah, the police are looking for you. What? The police are looking for you. Where are you at? What do you mean? Call 911. What? Call them. Okay. So I call them. Mr. Metcalf? Yes. Are you at home? No, sir. I'm on my way home. I'll be there in 5 minutes. What's up? I turn the corner to my neighborhood, and there are 25 police cars that have surrounded the entire block, basically. I have a park behind me. There's no houses, a creek and a park. There are snipers in the park. There are snipers in my neighbor's trees. There are snipers down the street. There are a SWAT team. I pull up. I tell them I can open my door from my phone with my security system. I have cameras. Look, there is nobody in my house. I can see inside. I can see outside. I can unlock the door for 30 seconds if you want to make entry. Yes, sir. Tell me when. Unlock. Boom. They come. They sweep the house. All this time, all my neighbors are freaking out because the presence of this many cops and lights and SWAT and snipers, it was like a scene from a movie, and it was crazy. So I'm like, what happened? Well, someone called and said there was a shooting inside your house. I was like, well, can we catch them? How do you?
Anything to drink?
And a Coke.
And a Coke.
And a Coke.
And a Coke.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're also one of America's largest financial services companies. Like, he's so much more than Saquon Barkley.
What's the tech? So we'll try. Okay. That was the day, coincidentally, but I don't believe in coincidences, that I was kicked out of the press conference. Coincidence? Maybe. I don't think so. Then it continued. Second time, same thing. Oh my God. I think they brought the cavalry. It's nuts. Third time. At least now they call me. Are you home? Yes. Okay, we're outside. Come outside. There's 8, 9 cop cars, and I have to go outside and talk to them, show them I'm okay. Third, fourth, fifth time, now we're on first name basis. I tell them, hey man, next time y'all call, I have donuts and coffee ready. Cool. All right. It's becoming comical. The last time, as they were here, the person who swatted called me and I showed them the phone. Look, the number generates from the UK. This is how it works. It's real simple, folks. VPN, onion modem, onion router, onion server. It doesn't matter. There are so many ways. Even I, myself, Mr. Old, don't know shit about tech, could do it. You can't find me. It bounces everywhere. You can't get the IP address. They trace it back to UK in Britain. So what do? They have to send it over to the Britain police to handle it. You think, what do they do with it? Okay. They can't catch them. 6 times. And I think Buffalo Face said I did it to myself. Really? How did you get that fat? You did it to yourself. That's how you got fat. How I get swatted? Your little piss-at disruptors? Your little army of people? Maybe it was your Black Panther friends. Ooh, y'all are so fucking tough. You talk a big fucking game, but really at the end of the day, you ain't shit. I'd scrape you off the heel of my boot. And normally, I don't normally attack people like this, but I have been cooped up and caged up in this anger. And this is something I'm trying to work on. I need to develop it and funnel it into a more constructive way. But tonight is the one time I'm going to allow myself, it's okay. Tonight I'm going to allow myself to say what I really want to say. Because most of the time I don't say what I want to say because it's not correct. Just because you think something doesn't mean you believe it. Doesn't make it right. Doesn't make it wrong. Doesn't make it a fact either. Because all you believed, Karmelo was innocent. Newsflash, guilty, prison. You were wrong. Admit it. But no, what do you do now? Oh, there was no black jurors. You know why? Because you can't be unbiased, you dumb shits. If you answer the question, I can't send a black man to jail because he's black, you're not getting on the jury. You're so unintelligent, you can't even fill out a form correctly. You don't even know who your fucking daddy is because 78% of you don't have your father in the home anymore. You got baby mamas running around with 8 kids so they can get EBT cards to feed you all. You think I'm being racist? No, I'm being real. Because they ain't only black people. White people do the same shit. I'll call them out just as hard as I'll call you out. Anybody who doesn't work, who wants free government handouts, who wants to live in a socialistic society, move to fucking Russia. This is America. Be respectful of this country. We have many people who have fought and died for this country so you can run your mouth. Thank a veteran. They're the ones who lay their ass on the line for you, who sacrifice for you and this country. I didn't serve. I was not fortunate enough to. I wish looking back in my life.
So you should shut the hell up. Because many of our fathers and grandfathers served, idiot, so that you can run your effing mouth, like you said. To about scraping somebody off your boot, disrespecting the Black Panthers. But your punk ass ain't served. But you got a nerve to talk about half of y'all 70% or 75% don't even know who your daddy is. Well, newsflash for you, Jeff. My father lived with me since I was born. 2-parent household, idiot. Until I was grown enough to move out and on my way to college, my father still lived in the household with my mother. It wasn't no divorce like you and your ex-wife that your sons was living with the mother because you walked out. Your sons wasn't living in the same household with you and their mother, nor was they living in the household with you prior to this incident. And I wonder why she ran off and they ran off. Well, they said you ran off from responsibility, but they didn't come and she didn't try to make it work. Your sons wasn't chasing good old dad down. Then you act like you father of the year since your son passed away. Ain't that some shit? You got a nerve to talk about blacks not knowing who their fathers are. And half of the blacks you talking about fathers did serve. And some lost their life serving. So you can run your mouth. Like, I really feel like it should be some type of consequence. The things that he said from the judge, even though they're going to say, oh, it was a gag order, the trial is over. He could say, you know, what he want. And then he says, oh, but I'm not racist. But you're sitting on here saying all type of racist remarks. Are you crazy? The DA should look stupid. Stupid. He up here calling people yaggots. Huh? And this the type of father sons was going to that school, and people don't believe they were bullies? Listen to the father. And then gonna have a nerve to say he's a Christian. Am I saying he shouldn't be upset that he lost his son? No, I ain't saying that. You know how many men I know that lost their sons due to gun violence, stabbings, accidents, motorcycle accidents, dirt bike accidents. He ain't the only father that lost his son in a tragedy. But his son also was a bully, intimidating people. His son would have went to a different school, was in a different neighborhood, and ran up on a different group of black boys than Karmelo. It might have been a real different story. Because they probably would have threw their fists up and whooped his son's ass. They would have been crying about that if his son got his ass whooped with a fist. But if the shoe was on the other foot and he stabbed Karmelo Anthony, they would have been screaming self-defense.
I wish I would have. But at the time when I was that age, my life was not all together. But those people who sign up voluntarily to defend your rights.
How dumb does this idiot sound? Like there are blacks who defended this country, you asshole. He talking like only white people serve to defend our rights. Are you dumb? Are you dumb? That's why I said this man is stupid. He's acting like black people didn't serve to defend our rights. Like white people are the only ones that serve, but your white ass ain't served nothing. That's the whole part. But a lot of us, family members, parents that serve to defend your white ass. And this is not to none of my white friends that I know all my life, years. They don't act nothing like this man. I'm talking strictly to him and whoever follow him and whoever agrees with him. He's talking like white people are the only ones that serve to defend us. What are you talking about, sir? Are you drunk? Like, this was truly embarrassing. Whoever that girl is on the Rumble that's asking him the questions, that's hosting the live, we're not going to let nobody up if we don't know you. I blame whoever pushed him to do this and made money off of doing a live on Rumble. Somebody, he ain't worried about no civil case right now. Man, please. That's why you went live on Rumble. For the money. And don't worry, you and your ex-wife and me arguing back and forth soon about the money. If you start getting money off these platforms, and she gonna come out here and say, oh, that was my son, and he wasn't living with you. You weren't taking care of them. That's next.
So you can run your mouth. You show them respect. You don't kneel for the national anthem. You respect that flag. You don't like this country? Guess what? You're free to leave. I'll even get you a fucking plane ticket.
Now he gonna tell us you don't deal with no national anthem, throwing all shots at black people. But he's not a racist. Y'all hear it? Who else are you talking to when you saying don't kneel at? Then you gonna sit up here and talk like our ancestors wasn't the ones that built this goddamn country. Do you want to leave? Do you want to leave? You never was in no service. You ain't you ain't helped build this country. You ain't got no history on you and your ancestors building this country. Do you want to leave? You should be the one, if anything, that should be thanking us. All the stuff you talking about you didn't do. Oh, my life was messed up at that time. I wish I could turn back and this, that. You look like a bowl of just messed up trash.
Hi, can I take your order?
Can I get a plate of half chow mein, half super greens, orange chicken, and kung pao?
Beef and cheddar.
If you don't love this country and you're not patriotic, you have the free will to go somewhere else. Look, we change presidents every 4 years. If you don't vote, don't bitch. If you want something changed in your community, get off the couch. Quit watching TV. Be involved. Be present.
That's what you should have been in your son's life. Present. Not leaving them up on your ex-wife to raise boys to men. And then it took for you, your son passing, for you to now try to be vocal, loud, and scream that you a father. Because prior to this, they were not living in your household. You were letting your ex-wife raise grown boys taller than you and her. And in school and probably in the neighborhood, wherever they go, terrorizing people, bullying. Now when something tragic happens, now you want to be present. Get off the couch. You on the couch now. And that's where you was at when your son was in a track meet bullying.
The only way change occurs is by you putting in the effort. So don't complain when shit doesn't go your way, when you don't do anything about it. Don't bitch because Trump's president because you didn't vote. Don't vote for somebody based on skin color. But you'll jump on the side of a murderer for skin color. Do you know how stupid that really makes you look? I'm going to support somebody blindly, even though they did wrong. You're going to support someone who does something against the law. You're encouraging and saying it's okay because he's a certain color. Oh, you've got more melanin than me. Ooh, so you get more in privileges, more entitlement? Because 400 years ago, someone actually sold you to us, and we took you over here and put you to work. And then we had a civil war to free your ass. And now you want to talk shit? Oh, I've been so oppressed. You couldn't even vote 1960. Look how far you've come. Look at all the free shit we give you. You're not oppressed. You're fucking entitled. You know what DEI stands for? Yeah. Means I don't have to be fucking qualified. I just have to be a certain color or race or gender. Whose broad ass idea was that? I don't know about you, but when
that comment that he made about someone gave y'all asses to us, we bought y'all. No, they sold y'all to us. We put y'all to work. And y'all complain. Y'all wasn't even able to vote 1960. Y'all entitled. After our ancestors was great, dragged out of their homes, our schools and businesses and grocery stores and doctors was burnt down. Emmett Till was unalived over a lie. A lie. And that one man never served a day in jail. But they unalived that boy. He act like we was placed on this earth to be tortured and slaved, and we just supposed to be okay with it because they put us to work, and we can vote, and y'all can vote now. Is this motherfucker crazy? I really cannot believe that this crazy fool went live and said this. I can't believe that all of these platforms, the owners of them, didn't flag this live. But guess what? They didn't because it went viral. They didn't because of the viewership. They didn't because of the topic. Everybody speaking on it. So since you want to go viral, let's let his ass go viral. And shout out to the people that are white that I see that's grinding his ass out the frame. Like basically we supposed to be okay with our ancestors being slaved and being sold, and we put y'all to work because somebody sold y'all to us. The fuck did you just say out your mouth? And this is probably the same type of conversation he has around his kids and when they were growing up, how him and his ex-wife and how they talk about us. So you think that his sons have respect for Karmelo Anthony? They looked at him just how he looking at all the black people he addressed in his life. That's how his sons looked at Karmelo Anthony like he wasn't shit. He's making Karmelo Anthony's appeal even more reason that he's going to get it. Thank you.
When I grew up, there was no participation trophy. There wasn't a safe space created for me because my feelings were hurt.
We'll have a Baconator, a son of Baconator, and
5 little cheeseburgers.
all the way.
With a toasted Italian nightclub. Benny will have,
We had to take actual responsibility for our own actions. Wow, what a concept. If If you want society to change, if you want a better place for your kids, then get involved in your kids' life, in your community, in your church. But don't sit on your couch and bitch when it doesn't go your way. Next question.
Can I ask a question real quick? Hey, Jeff.
Truth, we're trying to only take questions from the list here.
Okay.
Okay. Next question is there a way to contribute to the scholarship?
So people that already signed up to ask questions. So meaning that's pushing their narrative, people that agree with them, anybody that doesn't agree with them, or that has a question or a statement outside of that doesn't agree with them, they weren't able to speak. They already had a pre-list prior to going live.
Fund that is in memory of Austin.
Yes, there is. I believe it was posted at some point on my Facebook page. I know I dropped a $5,000 donation myself into it. Now, Megan, she needs to be credited. She was the one, and friends of hers who got that all set up. Also, Halo Pizzeria. Both boys and Megan worked there. That was not her full-time job. That's her second job. She's very successful with a home builder in the DFW area. So that's not her only job. But the owner, I believe her name's Carrie, very, very great individual, and has done fundraisers for Austin. And they were also instrumental with connecting with the school to set up the school scholarship fund that we did for Austin. And we did give it away this year. I think it was to Kayvon. I think it was Kayvon who got the scholarship this year. But it will continue every year. I will see if I can't find the link. I'll give it to Sarah and she can repost it. Next question.
Okay. Next question. This is actually from a twin mom. She wants to know, did Austin and Hunter have their own language to communicate with each other?
Yes. Not only through verbal, but through also hand motions. Some secret sign language. I'm not privy to it. We actually, when they were born, this is a true story. I had to take a permanent marker, and this was Hunter, and we would color in his black, or his toenail black, so we could tell them apart. Because you put them on the floor and they crawl around, it's like a shell game. Which one? Where did he go? I don't know. So we told Hunter he's Native American from the Black Toe tribe. But one thing is for real. We are Native American. I have my Indian card and so do the boys. So if you want to talk about stolen land, yeah, that starts here. We were here before y'all were. They took all our land and put us on a reservation. They just brought you guys over on a boat. Next question.
Wow. Do y'all hear this shit?
Thank you, Jeff. The next question is, are you satisfied with the sentence that Karmelo Anthony received? Do you believe Austin has received justice?
That's a real easy question for me to know. Hell no. What is justice? Justice for me is when Austin walks through that door and can hug me. That's how long he should stay in jail until my son comes back through that door. Do I think justice was served? No. There's all types of justice. Street justice, legal justice, but no justice. No. Austin will never come back to that door again. That boy, he has the ability right now, actually, to be out before he's 40. He could still have a wife and kids. You tell me, you think that's justice? Nah.
We'll have a Baconator, a son, a Baconator, and 5 little cheeseburgers.
All the way. With a toasted Italian nightclub, Vinny will have,
No, I'm not happy with the sentence. No, there was no justice served. It's a process that we have in place to control our society. They're called laws, and we have to abide by them. I'm no different than anybody else. I have to abide by them too. So whatever decision the court made, I have to abide by, whether I like it or not. Life is kind of like a shit sandwich. No matter how much bread you got, it still tastes like shit when you eat it. Next question.
Do you think that Karmelo Anthony ever showed any form of remorse?
Zero, none whatsoever. The family who continue to spread lies. Kevin, hey, Mr. fucking Squeaky, you're silent all of a sudden. Where'd you go, bro?
This man is a goddamn liar. That boy cried since the incident at the field. That boy cried in court. That boy cried and gave remorse during the sentencing. This man is a liar. But he don't take one bit of accountability for his son's actions, how this started. So this boy was just supposed to get bullied, punked, all of that. And he was just supposed to walk away with his head down. That's basically what they're saying. That's it.
Oh, huh? Thought you'd come visit me. You're the only one without a criminal record. I mean, you can cross straight lines and not worry. Come on. I promise. All my ARs are locked up.
Wow.
You're safe here.
Wow. Now he gonna threaten somebody with a weapon.
What about all you little other grifters who want to jump on board?
Wow.
All y'all think since you have a phone and a voice that you're important? Oh, look at me. I have a platform. I got followers.
All my ARs is like.
That's your life? That's your identity?
Wow.
Good for you. It works for you?
They more
Hey, man,
concerned
that's
about
your gig.
ARs.
Cool. Doesn't bother me
Teaching his
until you
sons
bring it in
to
my
handle
lane.
people.
You bring your shit in my lane, I'm going to run your fucking ass over. You understand that?
Another threat. I done counted about 8.
Don't underestimate an old man.
Yep.
Anybody seen Dirty Harry? Clint Eastwood? Anybody know
Like
who that
his
is?
son,
If you're old,
bully.
you do. Yeah.
You threatening to
Make
put
my
your hands
day.
on people, stomp them
Make
up,
my day, motherfucker.
run them over.
Next question.
If they come, somebody said about his house.
The next question is, why didn't the prosecution call anyone for statements before sentencing? Why?
To be honest, I was kept in the dark a lot to preserve the integrity of the case from the DA. So I was pretty much only notified when stuff was actually fixing to happen that was going to affect me. So I really don't know the answer to that question. Next question.
Okay. Next question. Well, this next one is not a question. They think that you should run for governor.
Let me rephrase that. Thank you, but I will tell you this right now: there are too many skeletons in my closet. Somebody knows where a couple of the bodies are buried, so I can't. So I'm really not into politics. Like I said, this wasn't about race. Please don't politicize it. Besides, politicians, most of the time when their mouth is moving, they're lying.
they also believe that you should start a podcast, but maybe we could talk about that another time. Well, go ahead now.
I have been approached for documentaries, books, podcasts, speaking appearances, and I really don't know what I'm going to do. I haven't decided. Like I said, my whole focus was on this trial. That was my finish line. And now that I've reached it, I need to take a little time to decompress, get my head screwed on straight, and figure out what I am. How can I best contribute to society? What is it I can do to help? Because I told you when things happen in your life, your priorities change. Like when I had cancer. One of the things, and I will recommend this. This was a movie I saw many years ago, and it changed my life. And it's called Pay It Forward. And I still do it to this day. I did it this morning, matter of fact. I took my mom to breakfast. We were eating breakfast. This 81-year-old man walks in with his little service dog. He sits down. He has a Charlie Kirk shirt on, Marine veteran hat. He looks over. I said, "Hey, man, I like your shirt." And I said, "Hey, you vet?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "I appreciate your service." First thing he says is, "I'm sure glad that trial's over." So I don't really want to speak across the room. So I get up and walk over to the man. I said, "I am too." I said, "I'm Austin Metcalf's father, Jeff Metcalf." And I had this shirt on. He said, "I know who you are. And I just want to extend my condolences to you. And I'm so sorry." Before I left, I told the waitress, "Come here. I want to pay for this man's breakfast. Do not tell him until after we're gone. I'm not looking for recognition. But you watch the movie, Pay It Forward. It will impact you. Maybe not the same impact it had on me. I don't know. But I know it changed my way of thinking forever." Now, I've done this numerous times because, one, I'm not looking for recognition. I don't tell people about it. I don't broadcast it. I damn sure don't go live with it. It ain't about me. It's about you paying it forward. I've done it in Starbucks line. "Hey, the car behind me, I got it." Cool. I can tell you another story. 6 years ago, I took my boys out. We ate at Outback Steakhouse. There was a young lady over there, and she was in tears. I don't know why she was distressed. I have no clue. I asked the waitress, "Hey, I want to pay for her meal just after we're gone." 4 months later, we go back to the same restaurant. Me and my boys. Waitress goes, "I know you." At first, I was a little panicked. "Oh, God, I don't remember you. Did I take you out? I'm so sorry. I don't remember your name." No. She goes, "You're the guy who paid for that woman's meal." And I said, "Yeah."
It has shown us that Black life is not safe in Collin County.
Minister Dominique Alexander is the man that you just heard from in that video. He is a spokesman for the Anthony family. Minister, it's nice to have you on. You keep saying that Black lives not mattering.
But what this process did is shown that Black lives do not matter in Collin County. This trial showed that it put emotions over the law. After Trayvon Martin and so many countless names, it has shown us that Black life is not safe in Collin County.
Minister Dominique Alexander is the man that you just heard from in that video. He is a spokesman for the Anthony family. Minister, it's nice to have you on. You keep saying that Black lives don't matter, but no Black lives were lost here. A 17-year-old white person was killed. So what are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is 35 years. Karmelo Anthony was sentenced to 35 years. Yet at the end of the day, Black America repeatedly is told that self-defense is a part of the law. That a knife under 5 inches is legal in the state of Texas. That stand your ground is legal here in the state of Texas. But when a Black person try to use those same basic rights and laws, then we're not afforded those things. We're doing those things unjustifiably.
Well, that's not what a jury found today. Can you tell me, I know you know Karmelo Anthony well, why did he bring a knife to a track meet?
I can't comment on that. What I can do, I can't speak for Karmelo Anthony, but I can tell you that the state of Texas made it legal. So at the end of the day, if a person got a problem with it, they might need to call Governor Greg Abbott and tell him, why does this state have open carry laws? Why does it have brass knuckles and etc. Right?
Stabbing somebody in the heart, though, sir, is definitely not legal. He could have just turned around and walked out of that tent at any moment.
And based on what you have been told about the situation, I can see how you can take that fact. But the levels of injustice that was done in this trial is not how I was told, right? But at the end of the day, that's the reason why we're going to go through a full appeals process to ensure that the facts are being told correctly. But me and you are going to go back and forth.
No, that's fine. Tell me, I'm curious. Tell me tell me what you think happened.
Well, what I think is the situation is that someone asked Karmelo Anthony to come over there. He knew an individual, but that's not being told, right? It's like, oh, a kid just randomly went under a tent, right? And he just sitting there. No one knows who he is. That's not the case, right? We know that Karmelo Anthony knew an individual. He knew a coach. He spoke about it. We also know that Frisco ISD should have counseled that. This wasn't just raining. We were under a tornado watch that day, right? And this should have been something that was actually...
Wait, you're telling me that because somebody invited him to that tent and there might have been a tornado warning, which happened all the time in Texas, that he was warranted in stabbing a 17-year-old kid in the chest, in the heart, and killing him?
That's not the case. But what you cannot do is put your hands on someone.
Well, you just told me that was the case.
No.
Is that the case? Because I want to know what the case is. I seriously do.
You asked me the first time, why was he under the tent or close or whatever it may be, right? The reality is that the state of Texas says that I don't have to, when I'm assaulted, I don't have to return the same level of force, correct? Isn't that the law?
Yeah, he was asked to leave that tent multiple times, and the prosecution called 21 witnesses. Hold on. The prosecution called 21 witnesses, and they all corroborated that. They all said that he was asked to leave the tent. There might have been.
They all didn't have, no, sir.
He was asked to leave the tent, so he could have left that tent at any time. He chose not to. That's why he's going to jail for 35 years.
All 21 of them did not have the same story. They did not have the same story. And that's why so many people outside of that courtroom is outraged right now. If you look at anything about this case, all 21 of them did not have the same story.
Tell me about the defense witness, because the defense did not call Karmelo Anthony. If Karmelo Anthony truly thought he was innocent, he's 19 years old. He's not a kid. He's 19 years old. Why didn't he take the stand in his own defense? And why did the defense's only witness change their story on the witness stand?
Are you still buying heavy and expensive lawnmowers in the AI era? In just 3 minutes, you can quickly clear 100 square meters of weeds. In a single morning, you can finish a whole week's worth of gardening.
Karmelo Anthony testifying in his own trial is his own right, right? And that's a decision that Karmelo Anthony and his parents has to make, right? And that was a decision that was made through the legal process, right? And through this process, of course, there's going to have to be some major reviews, right? But as far as changing the witness changing what he changing his testimony, I'm trying to figure out how someone going to say he changed his testimony. Were you privy to his testimony prior to?
Well, he changed his testimony. He was during cross-examination. He said that there was not an altercation under the tent, and he didn't witness an altercation. So I don't think that was something the defense was planning on. And clearly, it didn't play well for this 12-person jury. Let me just ask you: can a black person ever just be convicted of killing a white person in this country without it becoming like a major race issue? Like some of the comments that you made outside the courthouse today, I don't know why you do that. You stir things up, you make it about race, and that could lead to rioting and protests and looting tonight. The bottom line is more people could get hurt. More people could get hurt.
I'm glad that you will say that, why do we have to bring race in the situation? The reality is that if you know about this
I didn't say we, I said you. Why do you?
Hold on,
why do you, Dominic? Not the
this.
black race.
No, let me make this very clear. As the president of the largest human and civil rights organization in North Texas, what I witnessed on April 3rd was white people going on posts and social media calling Karmelo Anthony a thug, not a 4.0 GPA, not a person that
he's a convicted murderer tonight, so he's a thug.
Let me finish.
He's a thug. He's not a hero.
When you
he's not a hero.
Say a black man is bringing race, his race shouldn't have never been a factor. He shouldn't have never. Jake Lane. I don't see you calling out Jake Lane that said Karmelo Anthony should sit there and be hung from a tree and shot outside the Collin County Jail. I never brought race into this situation. We had to.
I didn't bring race into the situation either. You brought race into this when you made those comments that we played at the beginning of the segment, making this about race.
We had to make sure that due process is done. All we want is our rights and be afforded the same basic rights that everyone is afforded to, sir. And I'm sorry if I gotta talk about my race to make sure that I can have the same afforded right that a white man
Dominic, he had a fair trial, and you're certainly open. You can appeal that. But the last time I checked, it's not legal for white people to stab black people in the state of Texas either.
Hey,
Dominic Alexander, appreciate you being here. We got to leave it there.
Information, truth,
upset about. Karmelo Anthony was a young man that was almost like my nephew, a person I was ready to take a bullet for, a person that I got to know very well, a family, a mother, Kayla Hayes, a father, Andrew Anthony, that I became very close with. They are like family to me. I was the first organization to reach out to support and help this family. And we did everything we possibly could do as an advocacy organization, not a law firm. We don't have attorneys that literally work directly with our organization. We have attorneys that are general counsels, legal directors, and different things. But our organization is not a law firm. We can only support, advise families during this process. Like I've said before, I've been doing this for more than 12 years now, committed to social change in America, locally and abroad. I've tried to make sure that I stood up for families in so many different ways. Yes, I'm a person that have been through some things in life. Yes, I have a background. My background is what empowers me to be the leader that I am and relate with families when they find themselves in situations. I've served as the president of the Next Generation Action Network. But, you know, what I've never been involved in is going back and forth with people via like social media. And some of my people and supporters being like, Dominique, stop explaining yourself, stop doing this, stop whatever. But I want to make sure that it's on the record and video so that everybody can share, like, know the facts, know what went on, and going from there. When I reached out to this family on Friday of the week of when this situation happened in April 2025, they literally did not have anything that they could possibly do. They didn't know what to do, how to do, whatever it may be. There were an attorney that I called in to go to Karmelo to say, sit back, hush, don't say nothing, be quiet, don't talk to nobody. In that situation, as an organizer and a person who is experienced, you will use a personal injury lawyer because when you are a bar card attorney, your conversations is privileged when you go and visit someone. So that allows the jail facility to automatically pull that person out so that that lawyer can speak with them to ensure that you can protect the case until a permanent attorney is placed on the case, right? And so that attorney was Kim T. Cole, who was our general counsel. Kim T. Cole is a civil attorney, not a criminal attorney. Another attorney was brought in by someone else named Billy Clark. However, those individuals were not to serve as the permanent attorney. This was the decision of yet the family. After a couple of days, there was a thing called a writ filed. A writ is something that is filed when you are trying to request a bond hearing. And what happened in this situation is that writ was filed and it was pulled to be going in front of Judge Angela Tucker. Angela Tucker was not the attorney assigned, a judge assigned to the case. She was only presiding over the writ. And in that situation, she reduced Karmelo Anthony's bond to $250,000. Around that time, I reached out to one of my good friends at No Limit Bail Bonds here in Oak Cliff, where I'm born and raised, and asked him and said, hey, I need your help. I need you to bond him out. And he answered that call. And I'm forever grateful to Pastor Corey Tony, people who I was able to call and depend on when this first happened. We were able to get his bond down to 250. We came here, we went back. I told the family, we're not going to walk him outside with whatever they finna throw on him. Go get his suit. And we're gonna hold off releasing him because all of these cameras is in front of there, and I'm not finna allow this baby to be walking out in no jumpsuit. That suit that you saw Karmelo Anthony in was his prom suit, trying to make sure that the way that they were continuing to plaster him and call him a thug and all these different types of things, that it wasn't displayed. But if I bring you back into the conversation, that weekend, the family had more than 20 to 48 hours to pick an attorney. That attorney had to be hired by Monday morning in order for that person to go on Tuesday and get a writ. This family didn't have a full process of being able to select an actual attorney. There were recommendations coming from everywhere about different attorneys. As an advocacy organization, I can only literally make sure that families meet with who they want to meet with. If they don't want to meet with that attorney, I can't force them to meet with that attorney, right? And when they meet with an attorney, I cannot be present because I do not have attorney-client privilege. So the notion that Dominique Alexander had something or whatever, blah, 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 I wasn't even present. That's not something that I can be present with while an attorney is speaking with a family. I can introduce, I can whatever it may be, but that's their choice. And in this situation, there were more than a couple of different Black attorneys that they met with, and there was a white attorney that they met with. Some of the Black attorneys, the family could not afford their fees, but that's the prerogative of that attorney and their fees. And we have to respect that and what they want to be able to have their thing returned. I hear a lot of attorneys saying, I would have done this for free, I would have did this. Well, I didn't get that call. My phone number and email is on every public profile I have. I have a mean hang-up game, so I don't care about someone knowing my social media or knowing my phone number or my email or whatever. They're public. You can go on my Facebook and get it. You can go on my X, you can get it. You can go on TikTok and you can go on Instagram. It's in the contact section. So for somebody to say, I was trying to do this, baby, show me a text message and a receipt where you reached out to Dominique Alexander. And if you didn't reach out to me, please keep my name out your mouth. The reality of that situation, and I'm only doing this because as a leader, it's important that we be transparent in the process. And I'm only trying to make sure that I correct the record. I'm not going back and forward with different people saying this, saying that. Listen, this is a case that I would have took a bullet for and whatever it may be. So after this family met with these different attorneys, they then made a decision that they critically had to. I can hear everybody saying, why did they have white attorneys and blah, blah, blah. There was no indicator that that type of case was going to be presented. I can talk to the family, but I cannot be bigger than the show. I'm advocacy. Advocacy and legal separate things. My job is to make sure that I reach out to the Frisco Police Department to make sure that they understand that they have a responsibility to protect this family. And this family is getting threats. This family is getting docked. This family is having people come outside their house. That's what y'all saw me do when I met with the assistant police chief of Frisco and the deputy of Frisco, demanding them that the next generation to ensure that family, because I cannot move this family overnight. Raising the resources for not only the legal process, but also being able to move this family. And I said to someone the other day, I said, what did you want me to be? You wanted me to be the security? You wanted me to be the realtor? You wanted me to be the PR? You wanted me to be this? You even want me to be the lawyer? And one of those things I cannot do because I do not have a bar card. I tried to do exactly what I could do to support. My organization, my staff stayed up countless hours responding and doing whatever they can. It's not about you just attacking Dominique Alexander. You're attacking the men and women that literally wake up every day to fight for people that they don't even know. To fight against a world that is only going after us because of the color of their skin. And so in this situation, an attorney was hired. Did I have my reservations? Did I have my thoughts? Yes, I did. But just because somebody's coming at me on social media saying this, I'm not going to exploit my conversations with this family and what I told them. I'm not going to do that. And if you know anything about the appellate process, you will know that everything that I know needs to be preserved into that appeal. I can give my reservations. I can give my objections. Me personally, did I see eye to eye with Mike Howard on everything? No, I did not. When the family responded as to people who were getting objections to that and people that they were trying to distance them from, I can literally admit to you now on this camera that I was one of those people they were trying to distance them from after making the objections of the attorney. And I can take responsibility for whatever I did or whatever it may be, but I'm still here, committed towards making sure that this family fights for this appeal. And just like I said the other day, I'm putting $10,000 on it. And what are you doing? So all of the people that want to say Karmelo Anthony's name now, know that I know Karmelo Anthony. He could be my son. I know that sweet, precious little boy. Me seeing him in a jumpsuit and a bald head, I don't want to rush to get up in front of this camera and talk to nobody. That's a baby that I was willing to die for. I did everything I possibly could do. And people want to attack me when I was there. Where were you? Why couldn't you do it? Why couldn't you answer the call? Why couldn't you go over there and stand outside their house and protect them? Why could you put your life on the line for them? We're still getting death threats. They are still calling this phone today. He's in jail and they are still not happy. And you can take your time. This is the time where we must be uniting in coming together and finding out strategies, because Dominique Alexander ain't the only one that knows the strategy. Dominique Alexander and the Next Generation Action Network can only do what we can do, what we have capacity of. And one thing we don't is have capacity of legal services. We have to have outside partners and people and connected. And many of these people and lawyers know me and know damn well that I know this process. As an organization, we don't create donation funds because we don't want to be involved in it. We do not sit in when attorneys are talking to their particular clients because we don't want to be subpoenaed. But what you're not finna play up on my and literally respond and come into me to act like it was a whole bunch of black attorneys, long as Lou 12, calling me and literally sitting here acting like they wanted to be this boy's attorney. That's what you're not gonna do. That's what you're not. I promise you, I will come for anybody that literally sit there and lie and literally say that they were reaching out to either me or this organization saying, and they were a black attorney. Anybody can say something a year later. Go back on their social media posts and see, did they post something about Karmelo Anthony in April of 2025? So I'm supposed to respond to clout chasing ass attorneys a year later, talking about, man, I would have done this, I would have did this strategy, I would have done, you wouldn't have done a damn thing. What? I gotta hear that? I gotta entertain that? People shooting shots that they don't know nothing about? Stupidity. This is what's wrong with black people, because everything that we can't even come together. We always gotta shoot shots. And when it ain't us in front of that camera, we always gotta be jealous. We always gotta look at this person and critique this person like we got all the answers. And I stand. I don't have all the answers. I don't. I've never stood in front of anybody and said, I got all of the answers. No, I don't. And so what went on in that courtroom, I am just as shocked as everybody else what went on in that courtroom. I was a spectator just like anybody else in that courthouse. And so right now, y'all, I people sitting here saying Dominique fired black attorneys to hire the white ones, and Dominique Alexander doesn't have the capacity, the power, nor is it his decision to hire or fire. That is not my decision. That Karmelo Anthony is not my son. But as I move forward and as we continue to call on people to support this family, we are right now trying to find a crowdfunding source to be able to raise money, because many people of you know that Give, Send, Go took the platform down, and now we're trying to look for a crowdfunding so that the family can set up that fund. Because like I said, our organization's policy is that we do not have or set up family crowdfunding, GoFundMe sources. We just don't do that because that becomes very messy. And so as we're waiting on that, and then the family is doing their process of selecting an appellate attorney. And let me make very clear on social media that most of all of the appellate attorneys, that even the black attorneys are sending me, they're all white. So I don't know what social media wants of me. But since 2014, as an organization, when we first started, we used to have to focus on correcting media sources, Fox 4, NBC5, WFAA, CBS, all these different people. Now we gotta focus on now, because the day and age of social media, we have to focus on bloggers and people that we don't even know exist, because they'll get in front of a camera like this and they'll speak so passionately, and they'll run and they'll just say whatever they wanted to say. And then we having to respond to stupidity. It's a blogger out there saying, I fired Kim Cole. This woman don't even know Kim Cole is the organization's general counsel. She's not a civil attorney. But you want me to respond to that stupidness? Man, this is crazy. And right now, it's like people are literally taking up time talking about minutia, stupidity. And I ain't got no time to be focused on that stupidness. There is a family, y'all. I'm literally trying to be able to be there mentally for this family that so many people not understanding. They just saw their baby with a jumpsuit and a bald head. They're trying to comprehend what's going on, but at the same time, dealing with grief. I personally can't even sleep at night. I can only imagine what Andrew and Kayla is dealing with. And I can't be selfish to taking up their time, and they're dealing with so many different emotions. And the fact that yesterday everybody couldn't do nothing but reach out to me and say, did you see this? Sending me the mug. Why in the hell would you think I would want to see that? Why? And I'm only being candid with you guys because I just got to keep it real with y'all. Why in the hell would you think I would want to see that? I went against security advice. I went against the advice of my staff and walked out with Karmelo Anthony when he was released from jail, making sure he gets safe, get home safe. This is not a hashtag for me. I know Karmelo. And I know Andrew. And Andrew is a man that will fight like hell for his family. From man to man goes out to my brother, to a person that I has gotten to know. And you would think when we be on the phone, you would think we've known each other for our entire life. And as a man, my heart goes out to him. Because when you have the world critiquing everything and every decision that you made, it's hard. But I can tell you that Andrew Anthony would have fought like hell fought like hell every and each day. And when we created this fund, we thought that Andrew would one day be able to go back to his job. But he wasn't able to do that because Jeff Metcalf and his supporters, the father of Austin Metcalf, was literally going to this man's job in order to get him fired. So what our plan was for a man that was literally making a good living for his family to be able to take care of his family to one day go back to work was blown up because a person that everybody wanted to say, hey, you should have kept into this press conference, was showing up everywhere. He just didn't show up at the press conference. The only reason why you know about the press conference is because there was 17 cameras there. But he wasn't just showing up there. But even in that press conference that we held that people want to criticize, and I end with this last nugget. We held that press conference because there were media sources that then grew to national. You had TMZ, CNN, Fox News, all of these people saying the family went and bought a house, a car. When the picture that they got from Karmelo Anthony sitting on the Lexus literally said 2023. This happened in 2025, and they deliberately lied and said they bought a house. But at this time, because of the pressures that was going on, they literally, and I'm reading this thing, so that's why I apologize, y'all. But because of the pressures that were going on, Judge Tucker didn't automatically believe it, but she was really taking in consideration. And if she found that to be true, she would have violated and held the bonds insufficient. So we had to hold the press conference so that the testimony we did in the bond hearing was actual factual, and that the dad did not get on the stand and commit perjury. Because at this time, when we got Karmelo out of jail, when we did the press conference, you heard Give Sing Go put a press release out saying that the family did not even have access to the fund. I said from the very beginning, I was not trying this case, or I was not going to run back and forward and be able to beat this case in the court of public opinion. You know what I mean? I wasn't finna do that. I said that was going to be my last press conference with that family, and that was my last press conference with that family. And it was only because those lies, because we're in a red county with a Republican judge, something that maybe in Dallas County wouldn't even get a light of day, it got a light of day in Fox News because those right-wing sources that were getting those information is Judge Tucker's constituency. And no matter whether I believe or agree with the politics or whatever it may be, that was what we were dealt with. And in that situation, here comes Austin Metcalf's dad. And I had to immediately call attorneys and the courts to see if that was appropriate. And all of the answers I got was no. So what did I do? I notified DPD that he needed to be escorted out of the thing. I had more than 11 security people and personnel through here that could have taken him away. I didn't do that. I let the authorities handle it and step back and allow this process to go on. And so while many people thought that some kind of way I was being ugly to the dad, I did not invite the dad to my private facility in my private office. And so if you wanted him to come and pray at your office, then you invite him to your office. I didn't ask him to come here. And that's not me being insensitive. That was a media availability in a private office, not a public facility. So with that being said, we're moving forward as we get responses from the actual family on crowdfunding and where they're going with the appellate. And mind you, that is not a process that NGAN is over. NGAN is only playing a supportive role. We are only one organization. If your organization want to help, if you a blogger, if you an influencer, if you a celebrity, or you a regular day citizen, baby, listen, you ain't got to like Dominique Alexander or like Next Generation Action Network to fool with this family. Okay? Everybody that has contacted with this dad or mother, they ain't had to go through Dominique Alexander. If you want to fool with this and you don't want to fool with me, baby, you do not have to fool with me, baby. And I'm not going to lose any sleep by you not doing that. I really give 2-0. And so I just say to people, you know, I'm born and raised in Oak Cliff, and I'm going to tell you right now, you know, yeah, I'm a leader and all that type of stuff, but I want all the smoke. Don't play with me. Don't play with my name. Don't play with my name, baby. Don't do that, because I done fought hard as hell to make sure that I stand up for these families. Don't play with my name. Do play with somebody else. Play with your mama, your grandma. Don't play with me, baby. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not finna go back and forth with you, waste my time, my energy, my this, that, and third. And I know there's a lot of people that's gonna spank my hand for saying this or whatever, but you can, you know, I can tell you what you can do. You know what I mean? But I ain't finna play that game with you. I fight very hard in this office every day to respond, to give support to families every day of my life. I sacrifice a lot from my family to be this person. And you don't see everything in front of the cameras because they don't. But I want you to know one thing about me before you come after Dominique Alexander, go to my hood, go where I'm from, because the impact of my work you can feel as soon as you walk through it. Please put some respect on my name. Please don't play with me in that magnitude. I am not going to respond to stupidity and bloggers that only want to clickbait and only want more followers. This is not a following to me. This is real. There's a baby that is in a jail cell. And so right now, lastly, there is, we're waiting on the family to create the actual donation link and what they want to do on how people can donate to them. We're waiting on that. But I ask people to be patient in that process, because I have to be patient with them. You know, and there's a lot going on. There's a lot of people calling. They got their family. They're trying to process a lot of stuff. And so valid news sources. You got JD Miles, CBS 11 that they did something with yesterday. You know, that talked to him. The Shade Room, the Breakfast Club has talked to him. You know, there are other people, but all of these people saying that they talked to him. And let me make this very clear, and this is the last thing. If you talk to this family, and this is one of the things that Andrew Anthony hates the most. If you talk to this family, you do not have to rush to social media to tell the world that you talk to this damn family. Please let them respect their privacy. Please help them, but you don't have to tell the world. Let it get somewhere. Let them through the process of going through the process and let them make a decision. But you don't have to do that. And so right now, they are considering appellate attorneys. Mike Howard is no longer the attorney. That is a decision of the family right now. Their angle from their appellate process right now, y'all, we have to get records and all of that, and the appeals lawyers have to do different things with that and review that. It's an entire process. I cannot go back and forward whether they can do this, they can file for insufficient counsel, all of it. That's not my lane, y'all. I can only allow the attorneys to do what they do and hope to God that they get to the right attorneys. I am not a lawyer. Let me in with that. I's not a lawyer. let me say it in other kind of way. I run a human and civil rights organization, the Next Generation Action Network, that does advocacy and bring to light social injustice, not only here in North Texas, but across this country. We have an education division, we have a legal advocacy fund, and we have a social welfare department. We have a mutual aid fund. We have all of these different support features for families. We are not a law firm. We got good ideas. We got good connections. I know a lot of people. I know how to get here, but it's ultimately each and every last one of my family's choices to hire whoever they hire. And so with that being said, like I said, I'm here. I'm going to continue to support and play my role for this Anthony family. And I hope like hell that you play your role and not worry about Dominique Alexander. I'm the least of your worries. I should not be your subliminal post. If you're gonna post something about me, put a name on it and say it with your whole chest. Don't do that. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, I ain't gonna play them games, because what I ain't finna do, I know I'm true to this work, and what I ain't finna do is go back and forth with you. God bless. I hope that you guys continue to support this family. I know that there is a community that is hurting. I know that there's family hurting. I cannot speak to the stupid lies. I did whatever I could. And this is my transparent moment to being able to talk and tell you everything that go on. Did I object to the attorneys? Did the family hire Mike Howard? Yes. Did the family hire Toby Shook? No. Mike Howard brought in Toby Shook. Was I in legal strategies? Were I a part of the trial prep? No. So how is it that social media wants me to answer for something that I was not privy to? I am not allowed to have access to that. And it's beyond stupidity that someone would even think that. I am a regular citizen. I am not protected by attorney-client privilege. I don't have access to that. So people asking me questions, it's the same questions I have. Why didn't they call this person to the stand? Why didn't they call this witness to the stand? I got the same questions. The same ones. I'm asking the same question. I want to know too. What else do you want me? I want to know too. You want to know? I want to know. Why didn't they do it? Why didn't they put one witness on the citizens? Why wasn't it more people in there? Why wasn't an expert called? I want to know too. If y'all want that answer, call Mike Howard. Call Toby Shook. Not me. Don't hit me. Don't hit the black person. Don't be, oh, he should have had black attorneys, and the only person you can some kind of way attack is the black man. Go talk to them white boys. Don't talk to me. What? I wasn't the attorney. Judge Roach he never saw me. I never had a conversation with these people. What in the hell are you asking me these questions for? What? Please help me understand. Why? Why are you asking me the questions? So, to God be the glory. To God be the glory. I just wanted to make sure that we continue So to God be the glory. We're going to continue to do whatever we need to do. You was trying to show me something with the question? Different question? Yeah. So, in Devontae Peters, no. Mike Howard was suggested by multiple different things. When the family, so that people know, when the family asked me about Mike Howard in this link that people were sending of attorneys that practice in Collin County, Mike Howard was one of several different attorneys' links in website. They asked me, did I know this person? I said, no, I did not know Mike Howard. I knew of him. I know people who know him, right? Do you want to meet with him? Yes. Okay. Let me get some contacts and go from there. That's it. That's their decision. Thank you for asking me that question, Devontae. Thank you for asking me that, Devontae Peters. And so just asking question. Why are you setting up a press conference in front of the court? I'm not setting up a press conference in front of the court. That's not me. I'm right here. I have not been back to Collin County. That's the problem with a lot of people is when somebody is doing something out there in Collin County, they think that is me, and that's not me. I'm not there. I'm at my office in Dallas, Texas. Are you able to speak about why Black jurors' perspectives were eliminated during the pooling process? I don't know. I've literally, that's one of the things that the appellate attorney is going to have to, No, I got it. I'll read. That's one of the things that that I have a question to. You know what I mean? Like, what was that process? All that type of stuff or whatever. The Black jurors that were striked, all of that type of stuff. It's, you know, that's one of the hard things. Yeah, and that's one of those questions that I need answers to. And so Mello should have had testified. Mello testifying, man, that's his right. I don't know the decision making. If you knew anything about that process, you knew that there was an hour and a half break over top of lunch, on the top of lunch, where everybody was trying to find out what was going on. And I'm only going to take a few questions. They railroaded him. Do I agree that that process was unfair, that the whole court system, how their rulings, their pretrial motions, all that type of stuff? Yes. How they did it? Yes, I agree with you. You're just an activist who holds officials accountable and bring awareness to unjust cases. That's all I do. Christopher Greer spoke right on the head with that's what I do. Wrap it up, Minister. video long as a sermon. Come on, big auntie. Give me some, come on, big auntie. But other than that, y'all, I just wanted to ask the question so that whenever somebody, and I want to thank my media person, Director Jeremy, because we've been sitting in front of these hot ass lights. Excuse my French, but other than that, I just wanted to do a video where people can share this to people, where they can literally look at this and know exactly what's going on. Is every decision that I make perfect? No. Is there sometimes we make mistakes in the movement? Yes. Did I foresee that this would that they would blow this trial up this bad? Even though I disagreed with certain things and wanted the family to either add an attorney or move on, I didn't think it would be this bad. I just felt like ideologies and approaches may be different based on what I was receiving, what their approach was going to be. But at the end of the day, I had to look at that just like anybody else and sit back and take our interpretation. But I want people to understand, there was only 50 people that was allowed inside of this courtroom. And the way that you would have people on social media talking, you would think that they had this damn trial in a damn stadium. Because when I saw people going inside that courtroom, it was only 50. And guess what? It wasn't no cameras in there. So you took everybody's interpretation of what happened. So, man, I'm getting some of this stuff just like y'all are getting. I don't know, y'all. But to God be the glory. Like, you ain't gotta like me. You ain't gotta like the organization. You ain't gotta agree with everything that I do. You ain't gotta know me. But just know one thing I ain't gonna ever do. I'll be pro-black to the day that I die, and I will never, ever, 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 ever forgive or apologize for it. I will always stand up for my people and make sure that I never back down to address it. And guess what? One thing about me, and if you look at my track record, I'm in for the long. I'm here from day one with families, and I'll be there until the day that they do not need me any longer. And after that, we locked in for life. And Andrew and Kayla, they are locked in for life. And guess what? If you come for this family, you coming for me. And I want all the smoke today. To God be the glory. And that's kind of diabolical to end with that. But you hear what I said. To God be the glory. And I ask that everybody continue to pray for this family and be supportive and do whatever you can. Jeremy, you can get by that laptop so you can end this. But other than that, I want to thank everybody for just giving me about 10 minutes of your time, even though Patrice Jones said it was long, but it had to be in order for me to get it all out. And so to God be the glory. Peace. See y'all later.